Yeah, yeah.
Let's mute it. There we go. There we go. Alright, I'm audible now. God, that's loud. Alright, now we've got 15 minutes.
You know, I should look up who owns the rights to the Baby Shark song.
Oh god, no.
It's probably gonna be the Koch brothers or...
Yeah, it probably is actually.
Do I say the Koch brothers or the Koch brothers?
They pronounce it Coke, but it's up to you whether you want to.
I mean, I typically try to pronounce people's names like they want, even if they're jerks, but...
Yeah.
Oh, it's a Korean thing.
Oh, it's probably not the Koch brothers then.
Nah, could be.
Just this pink font.
Yeah.
On the global licensing website.
Yeah, but who owns... oh, Samsung.
Oh, okay.
Which, given that it's Korean, yeah, that was... yeah, not surprising.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but...
made all the posts.
Ah, Federation delay. Yeah, you know, it's always weird when you're speaking another language, how to pronounce words from your own language. Do you... like, do I say German words in English when I'm speaking English just to avoid that weird, now I'm using different sounds? Like, do I say Werner Herzog when I'm speaking an English sentence, or do I say Werner Herzog, which just takes you out of it?
I would say just go with it. Just go for the full Werner Herzog. That was my best attempt.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Like, you're probably better at pronouncing his name than he's at pronouncing English words. I want to see the baby.
That is a very good impression.
Yeah, just when I do that one, I don't even try to speak English. I just let it rip.
Hey, Sarah. Congrats on the first. I'm really excited for this first game on the list. Like, just watching the trailer, I'm like... it's like... yeah, it's, Bulletstorm by way of iCarly.
Nice. I quite like Bulletstorm. Like,
oh yeah.
I'm 12-year-old enough to even enjoy the humor in that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I really liked it. Shame the dev team no longer exists, I think.
It's Gearbox now. Wasn't that People Can Fly, the painkiller people?
That's it, yeah. Oh, it's still going.
Oh, Outriders, that multiplayer thing that... oh,
That's right. Outriders was meant to be alright, but I don't recall it. Like... I think it was something everyone was playing for about a week and then no one was playing.
Oh, there used to be Epic Games Poland.
Ah.
And worked on Fortnite.
Well, that makes sense. I think every Epic team worked on Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cash cow, right? Fortnite subsidized the entire store.
The one that always surprises me, because I remember it a lot from my early days in Unreal Tournament modding and all that, is originally Digital Extremes used to just sort of co-develop games a lot. Like they co-developed Unreal Tournament 2004 and that sort of thing.
Yeah, didn't they do the vehicle stuff in that because they were working on that jetpack thing?
Yeah, and then they made their own game, which didn't do very well on release, and is now one of the biggest games of all time, Warframe.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, sure.
That game's been going since 2000.
I used to really love Epic.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They were, I think, really, really good. Back in 2000 to 2004 or so. And I think they've always been good game developers and good engine developers.
Yeah, I don't begrudge them.
Business.
Yeah, I don't begrudge them the success with Unreal Engine or with Fortnite even. I think Fortnite looks fine. What I hate is that they literally cost me games.
Yeah.
I mean, as the resident Linux guy, you know? Which is weird because Unreal Tournament 2004 shipped with the Linux installer on disk.
And doesn't Unreal Engine 5 support Linux?
Yeah, Unreal Engine does, but whatever Epic publishes, they kind of remove support. And whenever the client, of course, has no Linux version, and they removed the Linux version from Rocket League and that shit.
That is wild, because like it's already like half of the stuff that Epic does is to sell their engine, right? Like Fortnite is in many ways trying to sell the fact that you can become a game developer using the Unreal Engine. And you know, the thing they did with the new Unreal Tournament that they then cancelled was just to try and sell people on using their engine, and they're not even showing that it can use Linux.
I mean, they added things like they made the anti-cheat thing run on Linux. Though, the last thing that happened was Apex Legends removed Linux support from their anti-cheat implementation. Which means you can no longer play on Steam Deck.
Absolutely wild.
Yeah, that's weird.
Hey, Summer, welcome in.
Hey there. On the other hand, we've reached the point where I can just go on Steam and buy essentially whatever and play it, which is great, honestly. As long as it isn't multiplayer.
It's kind of funny because like people are going against live service shooters and that sort of thing, and going back to the sort of classic vibes shooters a lot more now. Unreal Tournament would probably do fine now.
Yeah. Honestly, I enjoyed what I played of Unreal Tournament 4.
Yeah, it was fast paced. It was it was not an instant kill fest like COD and all that became. Yeah,
like the realism thing. You have a bit of a ballet going on there.
Yeah, I've always liked that about Unreal Tournament in particular, but games of that sort of era, I suppose. Tribes was I was a big fan of it as well.
Ooh, yeah. I love fancy movement tech in FPSs.
Which is why Titanfall is better than Apex Legends.
Oh. I yearn for Titanfall.
Everyone's like, Apex Legends has loads of movement techniques, it's great. And I'm like, yes, but it's split among 13 different classes. And in Titanfall, it was all one character doing all of those things.
Yeah. I mean, imagine Deep Rock if you had a class that had all the movement tech.
Yeah.
On the other hand, really the only thing you need is to be a scout.
That is true. Yeah, at that point, all you need is scout. Deep Rock Galactic with wall running would be awesome, though. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I
Go
just
shoot
thought of
games.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Put it in Rogue Core or something.
Oh. Honestly, I'm pretty excited for Rogue Core.
Yeah, me too. I think it's just the sort of injection of life the game needs. I mean, I know it's a separate game, but
Yeah.
it gets stale after a while, but that is a long while in Deep Rock Galactic's defense. Like, how many hours have I got in? 120? So,
Yeah, similar for me.
compared to like Vermintide, which in my opinion, Vermintide gets stale about 20 hours in at most. Like, probably a lot earlier than that, because it's only got like 12 levels and they're always the same, which is why they've added a roguelike mode since then, which does make things a little bit better. It's still not as good as something like Rogue Core will be, I think, because Rogue Core, well, DRG in general has the procedurally generated levels as well.
Did you see the post on that?
No, I did not.
Oh, they had a news post explaining the generation. It's quite interesting.
Ooh.
What really surprised me is they do the prefab room thing. Like they have built specific caves that they mix and match,
Okay.
but they modify them so they don't always look the same. Like
Okay.
extrude a bit here, remove a bit there, and stuff.
Well, that seems fine, you know. That works well. Gives you sort of a best of both worlds.
Yeah, and honestly, they must have a lot of them, or that modification really works because I never noticed.
No, I've never noticed as well. I assumed it was fully procedural.
Like, I noticed that the different mission types have different cave layouts. Like the regular Morkite minings is a bit of a straight descent down.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah, but I've never noticed a specific room. Yeah. Anyway, isn't Vermintide more of a Left 4 Dead-like?
Yeah, but I would say so is Deep Rock Galactic.
I mean, I've barely played Left 4 Dead. I played like 5 hours at a LAN party once.
I think I would consider them all horde shooters. And they've
No,
all
that's
got
fair.
slightly different objectives around it, but yeah. When you're up against just a massive horde of enemies while trying to do some sort of mission, that's what I sort of consider the genre. I would consider Helldivers as well to be a Left 4 Dead-like.
Yeah, kind of. You know, imagine a game like Deep Rock or something, but occasionally a boss comes up and it's essentially an Unreal Tournament bot.
That'd be good.
Like, really quite long time to kill, a lot
Yeah.
of movement, a lot of jumping around, and you get that ballet in the middle of your horde shooter.
Yeah, that'd be awesome, honestly. I think that's something the Vermintide and Darktide tried to do a bit more, because occasionally you'll have all the hordes, but occasionally you'll have something like a Chaos Knight come up, and they're in full plate mail and all that, and in the middle of this horde fight, you're now having to dodge, feint, parry, and then strike at this thing that is, you know, really well armored and really hard to kill. It's not like a Praetorian or something like that, where you can sort of avoid it relatively easy. You've got to engage this thing up close and personal and have a much more of a ballet with it.
Nice.
But it only really comes into play in the harder difficulty levels. Before then, you can just sort of button mash and get through it.
You know, I think it would be interesting to compare the Helldivers Charger and the Deep Rock Praetorian, because they're kind of similar enemy types.
Yeah. Certainly the Charger is harder to kill.
Yeah, the Charger's a real motherfucker.
I'm glad they've made it a bit easier, and they've done it by adding new mechanics, which I like as well. Oh, here we go. Still can't get over that.
Just bloody fantastic. That was the entirety of her bit as well.
Hello everyone, I'm Kate.
And I'm Hans.
And you're watching Save and Sound, a Steam music festival where we celebrate the often unnoticed aspect of games, which is music and audio design.
I'm disappointed
Yesterday,
in the lack
we
of
watched the content of 46 games,
audacious
and if you didn't catch that, you
trousers
can always
on
watch it
Hans
back on
this
YouTube. Today, for the next 5 hours, we'll have the
the
pleasure
shirt's
of
kinda
walking
cool.
through another exceptional
Shirt's
amount
nice,
of games,
yeah, but
42
those
games.
trousers.
We'll
I
watch
wanted
anything
those
from
trousers.
a tiny desk concert to a deep dive about bird sounds, and I personally
Yesterday's, you
can't
mean.
wait. Alongside this stream, there is a Steam event running. Please go check out the amazing art by our very own artist extraordinaire, Hugo Helle. On the sales page, we have over 80 game sales, 50 demos, and many soundtracks just for you, so you have a little look-see. We'll be hosting a key giveaway in chat as well, so please keep an eye out for that. We have 40 games that gave us keys for this very purpose, so big shout out to them.
So this is actually
Okay,
run
let's
by
move
a
on.
game
Hans,
developer.
what we'll have to watch today?
Oh, they're the ones who
I
made
hope
Figment.
y'all are ready for another day
The
of music, so I
musical-
think we should just get into it.
Yeah.
We'll be starting our
action
day
adventure
with
game.
Incolatus Don't Stop Girly Pop.
And
Yes,
now
the
they're
video
they've
is
made
as good
Figment
and
too.
insane as the name suggests. After that, we'll be watching a musical performance from the game Fretless, The Wrath of Riffson. Say that 5 times fast. Then it'll be Tears of Metal with a hilarious and insightful showcase on the process of creating music and audio for games. After that, Sandara, City of Thousand Eclipses, will be doing a chill, tiny desk kind
Fretless,
of
the
like
Wrath
concert.
of Riffson. Sounds like it
And then
might
we'll finish
be
up the block with Campervan, Make It Home,
right
on
up
how they
your alley.
collaborated with a very popular Spanish band to bring their soundtrack to life.
I mean,
Thanks
there's
for
a
tuning in to
statue of a
Day 2 Save
hand
and
doing the
Sound,
horns,
and
so
enjoy.
yeah. The Keethening begins.
It's so Keith. It's so powerfully Keith. I sent it to Keith and all I got was, oh god, in response. I'm gonna boost the audio on this one.
Oh god, I'm looking at the store page and these colors are just...
It's fantastic.
It's like, what if you made Bulletstorm but with the colors from a Barbie playset?
Yeah. Disclaimer, Incolatus is not actually sold on a disc. Yeah, it looks rad.
Similar to games you've played, Dusk and Cultic. I mean, I guess it's a shooter.
For me, it was actually correct once. It was similar to games you played, Mullet Mad Jack.
I will go to bat for Cultic, by the way. Absolutely bloody fantastic shooter.
Should give that a go. That's Boomer Shooter, right?
Yeah, it's kind of what if Return to Castle Wolfenstein, but it looked like blood.
Okay. Intriguing.
Like in terms of progression and such, it's basically Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
Someone says, I kind of wish this event was happening back when we chose the timing for the Adventure Extreme event. Or you'd have considered rescheduling it. Yeah, fair. I mean, that's just going to happen these days, and there's so many events. I'm afraid I only knew I was going to be on this thing last Friday.
Oh god, don't remind me of last Friday.
Wait, was that?
I got extremely drunk.
Oh, right. I was trying to remember if that was Purple's Prose for a second. Which is the other God, don't remind me of the thing.
No, please do remind me of Purple's Prose. I love Purple's Prose.
I feel like we outdid ourselves that time.
I feel like whenever you add Enfys to one of those, and Hanan.
Yeah.
Oh god. They're so cursed.
Yeah, yeah.
This is kind of hyper-pop a bit. Like,
yeah.
But not over the top, like there's no bass boosting going on or anything.
I kind of dig it. It's not a genre I'm normally into, but I kind of dig it.
Hold on, I just lied. Okay.
Ah, now we're cooking.
Yeah. Bold of them to wear a t-shirt for a different game. So, let's have a look. Fretless, the Wrath of Riffson. Turn-based, you say?
And there's a dog.
There's a spider made of, like, speakers. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Oh, so the combat in the turn-based combat is using, like, building melodies and stuff. That's neat.
I'm installing that demo.
Put a follow on that. Sarah says, oh, Rob Scallon, I know him.
Yeah, that's a YouTuber. He usually goes for a bit of a more modern metal, like genty vibe. This is a bit more classic. Like, this kind of reminds me of... Weirdly enough, I'm thinking of Frank Lepaki, like the Command & Conquer soundtrack in its heavier parts.
Yeah, no, I hear it now you say it, yeah. Yeah.
Hey everybody, this is Rob, and I'm Jeff, and that was Jeff Jennings on the drums. And we're making a game called Fretless, which is a musical RPG game, but instead of collecting swords and shields, you collect instruments, and your attacks are riffs. A guitar RPG, if you will. Yeah, a guitar RPG, like Rob's.
Oh, that is as loud as like, oop, no.
Collect an acoustic guitar, a bass guitar, a synthesizer, and an 8-string, and each one of those has a different sound palette and combat music associated with it. You build a deck with those, and then you play your riffs in combat, and they all play out and make different music. As you're doing combat, you're making your own music based on whatever riffs you like to play. Enemies also have their own musical skills, and the boss track that we just played to show that each boss has its own unique soundtrack as well. You can wishlist Fretless on Steam right now. Check it out. We're very proud of it. We think we have something really cool. And I am going to do a little playthrough of the acoustic guitar backing track to showcase some of the different musical styles we have in the game. So I'll let you get to it. Okay.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. No, I dig this. This is nice.
Honestly, when you have a guitar player doing a game, being the head honcho for a game, I think it's kind of hard to not just go all riffs all the time. I like that they're doing something for the mood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the statue I was talking about.
Yeah. It's got nice pixel art too. I like the style. It's very cleanly readable, but there is still a lot of detail, which is kind of a hard combo to do with pixel art. So,
Yeah, it's kind of that small character, fairly zoomed out version of pixel art, but with a lot of character. Ooh, Northlane, I know them.
I really like the style of music that you're listening to changes with essentially what weapon you're wielding. That's
What's
pretty
up,
cool.
guys? My name is Frank.
My name is Karin. Ok, je clap. Hi, I'm Karin.
Alors, faut ça me commence. Parce que tu vas dire, we are the music team.
Ben, moi je dis I'm Karin, c'est tout.
C'est trop de ping-pong.
Okay, is it Tears of Metal or Tears of Metal?
Okay, what's up, guys? My name is Frank.
Oh
I'm
shit!
Karin.
I remember
we are
this.
the team behind the music and the sound design for the game Tears of Metal.
Tears of Metal is a very cool hack and slash roguelike co-op medieval game
This was
developed
on,
by Papercold, with whom we worked previously on Bloodroots. Now let us show you what we did on
Summer
Tears
Games
of
Fest.
Metal.
You have already wishlisted it.
Turning that down. I should have put an upward compressor on this. I really should have. Sorry. They should have put an upward compressor on this.
Yeah. I'm digging the folk vibe.
Is centered around many themes. There is one that I like particularly. So it's more, it's not
I could
joyful,
live
but
try to put an
it's calm.
compressor on
You know,
this.
it's when you are in the village and the battle hasn't started yet.
Okay, there's apparently a Plague Doctor class in this, which means we should send it to Goggles.
It's a goggles-like confirmed.
They have atoned for their sins yesterday. They wishlisted that one game.
Yeah, as is required. Okay, hopefully the upward compressor is working. Let me know if it sounds awful. I've never used one before and I've not tested it, so...
Yoko, you only compress once.
What it should be doing is making quiet bits louder without making the loud bits louder as well.
So I used
Okay,
a lot
this
my
has a bit
voice
of a
to,
medieval metal
make
vibe, like in Extremo,
to create
or?
texture. Sometimes I double it
Yeah.
with choir
I don't know
VST,
in Extremo.
like a
Yes,
sound very
absolutely
yeah.
medieval
because
metal.
you know it's my voice. so
German
it's
band, 98% German
it's
lyrics.
nice to
You're
have
probably not going to know them. I could put something in the Discord.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm
I'm always into listening to new things.
voice. Okay, je vais dire ça.
Have you played the first Gothic game?
No, but it's one of those games that I've wanted to play for ages.
They're in that one. So
Oh, nice. Yeah, this game looks rad. As soon as I saw it in the Summer Game Fest, I was like, I've got to wish list
Okay,
this.
so working on that game was a really
They got a demo.
long,
No.
thoughtful process. I really had to kind of deep dive into the metal culture, and I really wanted to be authentic in my method, right? So basically method acting.
Slow zoom on the exasperated game dev.
But one thing I learned when you play metal is you really want to down to as much as possible. Really get the fat right down to basically everything. You just go, man.
It was very nice to work with Francis. I really like work with him. We have complementary styles, so it fits, and yeah, it's great.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Julien, je suis sound designer pour Tears of Metal. J'ai pu travailler surtout sur les ambiances. Je prends ça très très au sérieux. Le détail dans l'ambiance, les
At first I was afraid.
critiques que vous allez
I
pouvoir
was
entendre.
petrified.
Une forêt, c'est tout. C'est une créativité infinie, une forêt. C'est passionnant, mon travail.
Samus has such good music in these games. Yeah, the amount of effort going into music in like indie games has gone up so much in the last like 10 years, I think.
I mean, I think they've had a few early successes that have just sold really well. Like, say, Bastion or...
He drinks a lot of coffee.
Damn it, now I'm drawing a blank. Hold on.
So here's a little insight about how we integrated the music in the game. So the more you progress in the game, the more the music gets
even in a lot of single
intense
dev
and
projects,
riled
the
up
amount,
and
the production
hardcore.
values
And the
just
way we
go
did that is we kind of composed one
I do
song
worry it might
and
be
we did 3 versions of the
unsustainable
same
for
different song. Every song is
small time devs,
separated in many sections,
you know?
as you can see right here. And that way we were
I don't think
able
everyone's
to
a Toby
play with
Fox.
the structure
I
of the
Toby
song
Turner.
and depending what's happening and
Yeah, I mean,
Not the
Toby
YouTuber
Fox.
who was like
fight and whatever
a
stuff can
complete
change.
fuckhead.
There's a lot of variety.
Oh, the one
in music.
YouTuber,
We
yeah.
recorded many
Like one of the
different
early,
themes, and the
like,
same part
popular
can be played
YouTubers
over
who
and over
became an
again,
absolute
and
shit.
You'll hear bagpipes, violin,
Yeah,
guitar.
I
It's all
think so. I
randomized,
barely remember the guy.
kind of controlled chaos. It was kind of a challenge
Some
to
is-
program
yeah.
all this and
Not
ask
every
the
game
devs
needs
to
such
give
high
us the
production
right
values. It's a
information
rat
from the
race.
game.
Yeah,
and
I think
really
I
had to
worry
think
that
about it,
people
and
thinking
I think
they
what
need
we
to
made is pretty solid and
do
very interesting.
incredible music for their game is gonna put them off from making them, but maybe it won't.
I think you can make very good music for very cheap, honestly.
Well, that's
Like,
true.
Didn't we say yesterday FL Studio's free?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean those plugins they were using in FL Studio weren't, but
Yeah, probably not. I mean, I think where you're really putting in money is when you do full orchestra scoring. Like, that's gonna cost.
I like that the music gets more metal the harder
Outside
the
Montreal,
difficulty is.
we want to achieve the best musical result as possible, and that's why we record as many instruments as we can. Most of them we record ourselves, like guitar, bass, violin.
Yeah, it's a good
we
point.
also
Like with
definitely wanted
FL
to record
there are probably quite a lot of
bagpipe.
I don't know if cheap,
The bagpipe
but
is a diatonic instrument, meaning you have
Probably
bagpipes
relatively
in
cheap.
A, in B flat,
Yeah.
in D, and for the
ways to do it,
bagpiper.
I keep
root
bringing
note
it up,
will
but I
always be an
kind of
A.
want to see
Fortunately,
how
I
much
play
they
the
spent
harmonica,
on the
which
Bastion
is the
soundtrack.
same concept.
oh god,
Because
yeah.
So my
that's
question
the
is,
one
if you
composer
need to
who
write
I
a
think
score
also played
of a
all the
song
instruments,
that is in D and
who then
starts with a
also
D,
sang a
for
song
a
or
bagpipe
two
in D,
and
then
got
the first note you
one
have to
other
write
singer and the guy who voiced the narrator also got to sing a song.
Pretty simple, right? I don't know why
Yeah.
I'm the only one who understands this.
I also
And
was
it's just
the lead
extremely
designer for the game, so I implement all of
Oh
the
yeah,
systems.
I
Julian
don't think
helped, also a
Bastion
lot
would be
cooking,
anywhere near
very
as good a
cooking.
game without the
And
music.
I was lucky because I got
being
help from
as
the
amazing as
whole
it is.
team.
I mean, the narrator
We
also
made,
sells
like,
a lot,
The
but
battlefield ambiances, they all came in the studio.
the music is
and they
incredible.
They screamed.
It's so tone setting to the whole game. That must be a fun part.
That's it, guys. We hope you like the video.
Just get into
Make
the
sure
Scream
to
cube.
Wishlist Tears of Metal on Steam.
And join their Discord channel to give them some love and support.
Having
Don't
a rough
forget
day
to
at
like,
work, just say, I'm
share,
gonna go and
comment,
record a few more
subscribe,
streams.
hug a stranger, say hi to your mom, and enjoy Save and Sound Festival. Bye! Bye, guys!
Next game is a Talia Light.
fed up guy.
We're looking at a deck builder roguelike. Actually, I don't know if it's roguelike, but a deck builder where your cards are about like conversations and stuff, role playing.
Oh, so kind of like Griftlands.
Yeah, but I don't think it's so much used as a combat system, like. Because Driftlands, the social side was a combat still. It was just your abilities had social terms. In this, I think it's a little more looking at the gifts in it. I would say it's a little like the what was it called? Cultist Simulator. In that cards are played to sort of alter the game state instead of attacking something or something like that. From what I'm seeing, anyway. Becca.
Hi, Becca.
Just pouring its screen.
This dialogue system just looks extremely Disco Elysium.
Yeah, I everyone's doing it now, aren't they?
Yeah, with a big bar on the side and the gigantic dialogue options with the disability effects.
Yeah. I mean, if it works, I guess. I don't mind it becoming a new standard. It's very readable as things go.
Yeah. As opposed to the bottom screen that then just replaces the what was said before.
Yeah. I'm liking this ambience. This is chill. This is real nice. Also, my wife is in.
You know, for like a second, I thought she came into your room.
She's downstairs, thoroughly ignoring all my nonsense. And she's right to.
As she does, yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to double check that I've got the quality level set to max, because it was on auto. Yeah, no, it is. It was just that bit of game footage was blurry, I guess. Place now. This is real nice.
Yeah, just vibing.
Recording this in like someone's loft. Hey BDR, welcome in.
Hey.
Because if so, like they got really high quality audio out of that. Like, just goes to show you don't necessarily have to go to a proper recording studio to get like really nice vibes out of it. Oh, I suppose we saw that last time, actually, yesterday, with the tiny glade. Because they just put, like, fabric over a mirror and made a tiny recording room, didn't they? Just got to put the microphones close enough to the sound sources. Yeah, good point. I'm loving the reverb on this. Tyler isn't here, so I can totally lie about sound engineering. I think you're correct, though.
I mean, I think they're going for a sound that isn't too clean. Like that sounds a bit more intimate.
That's true, yeah.
If I'm just pulling things out of my ass. So.
Yeah, Tali's not here. We can say whatever we want about music. Tali's asleep post incorrect opinions.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious thing to say here is it's got a bit of an Arabic vibe.
Yeah, yeah.
Nobody wake Talia just because we're wrong.
Talia is indeed asleep. Yeah, no. Don't wake Talia. Let her sleep. Lord knows she needs it. Ryan Gosling is feeling it just like I am. Oh yeah, she was saying, yeah. Real life concert to go in the evening. Yeah, hell yeah. That's gonna be great.
Nice.
Oh, don't worry about it, Sarah. She needs to sleep, and she did already warn me about the concert. It's no worries.
You know, I always say I enjoy every minute I spend with Talia, but if it's not to be, it's not to be. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Aw, that's sweet. That's sweet. I like that. Well, I'm seeing this listed as similar to games you played, Griftlands, so maybe that one's correct. We've got a demo on this one? I might wishlist this. I don't wishlist every roguelike deck builder these days because there are so many of them, but when they look like they're doing something a little bit different, that's when I get interested in this.
Yeah, I think the Slay the Spire thing has been done, so...
Yeah, exactly. This is like mixing it up a bit. Alright, this is... Caravan Make It Home. I don't think I've heard of. Let's have a look. Is it sponsored by Wingspan?
It's another chill one. Decorate and organize the camper van of your dreams. Embark on a journey of self-discovery as you build your own home on wheels, using a combination of creative block organization puzzles and relaxing interior design. Make your heart feel at ease and your camper van feel like home.
That's nice. That's nice. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised there's a lot of chill, cozy games on here, because chill, cozy games live or die by their music. Like...
Yeah, and it's a pretty big genre, honestly. Like didn't they have a Cozy Games Festival last year?
Yeah, this year Summer Games Fest had a cozy section, or like a day for cozy games.
I think I remember Skatebird being in that.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Which is interesting because Skatebird has quite a lot of ska and punk on the soundtrack, so it sounds quite different from this.
Yeah. BDL says Ellen Peel, the synth person in the last video, comes from Gothenburg. Nice.
Gothenburg, of course, the city of melodic death metal.
Thank you, Gothenburg. Someone says, my Games Fest? I didn't have a Games Fest. You should. Create one at exactly the same time as Summer Games Fest.
Yeah, like if you've ever heard of In Flames, they're from Gothenburg.
The name does ring a bell, but I am terrible at putting names to music. I'll have to go search them up. Should rebrand Adventure X Story Games Fest or something. Since all Steam events are now called fests. I mean, yeah, you could do that. I mean, the Game Awards isn't called Game Award Show Fest, so it's not all of them. I'm liking these chill vibes. This is nice.
You know, make one for super gory games called Woundfest.
Festa Fest.
That's the Addams Family one.
Yes. That was a film that had no right to be as good as it was. Ah. They really nailed the casting.
Yeah.
Bugfest 2025, that's every game I make.
That's all the software I make.
Sorry, who's folding their socks into perfect cylinders? I just want to talk. This is the dream of every guy with a guitar at a party. Two women and another guy looking at him admiringly as he plays. It doesn't happen when you're at a party and you pick up the guitar, but this is the dream. This is what they're aiming for.
No, you see, what you need to do is you need to play guitar while camping.
Oh yeah, well that's fine. I think that's a like designated guitar time, right? Like that's fine.
Yeah, around the campfire, you grab the guitar, you play something, or you sing.
Yeah. I feel like
That's
anything
more my
that would
thing,
work in a Hobbit movie is sort of vibes for a campfire.
Yeah. Or you do what a buddy of mine did. You get drunk, you grab the guitar, you Skype the girl you're interested in, and then you duet her with Tenacious D.
Superb.
They're married now, have 3 kids.
Hey, if it works, it works.
Yeah, I was a part of that.
And we are back.
Nice.
Incolatus, Fretless, Campervan all have demos available right now. Tears of Metal and Sandara are available for wishlist. Go check them out. It doesn't cost you anything. Today we'll be giving out keys, Steam keys, as Kate previously mentioned. About we have 45 different games that all provide us with keys to give away to all you lovely people watching at home. We'll link the form into chat right now. We'll be doing this over the course of the whole show, so really
no they do.
All right, what do we have next, Kate?
Okay, this first key is for Arctic Eggs, which is a game I've heard of. And it is really fucking weird, so I think you'll probably like it.
Lurkit is an
Arctic Eggs is a game where you're trying to flip an egg in a frying pan while not flipping
it's a cool place if you want to increase the marketing performance of games with global key campaigns, creator programs,
also flipping eggs is a crime.
Alright, to kick off the next block, we have Arctic Awakening, featuring a deep dive into its sound design with some nice synthesizers. After that, we'll have Death of the Reprobate, with a medieval performance in the game itself, and if you look very closely, you'll notice something that you did not expect. Our third game will be Eternal Strands, a world-saving action-adventure, where the legendary Austin Wintory will be revealing some behind-the-scenes on the game's music composition. Following that will be a Guidebook of Babel, a cute puzzle game with a showcase of some instrumental and in-game performance of the game's OST. And we'll finish the segment with Nocturne, a rhythm combat RPG that will be diving into the melodies and chord progressions of the game. Enjoy the show!
Okay, are we allowed to say something bad about Austin Wintory?
I mean, it depends. Depends what you say.
Okay, this one's got a demo.
Like, am I gonna get sued?
A first-person narrative adventure set in the unforgiving Arctic. Your plane crashed in a storm, leaving only your court-mandated therapy bot for company as you journey to find your co-pilot and uncover the mysteries buried beneath the ice.
Interesting.
That's a weird combination.
I thought you could use some company up here. Is it alright if I join you for a while?
Sure, suppose so. Can't let it get too quiet up here. Holy shit, tail's gone!
That is a wild premise. Holy shit, Talia's gone, yeah. That's how we all reacted. But yeah, what's your controversial opinion about Austin Wintory?
I don't get Journey.
Hello and welcome to this deep dive into the music of Arctic Awakening.
I never played it.
When I first saw the game, it just had such a gorgeous art style. And what really grabbed me was this brilliant.
I think it's one of those
blend
quiet
elements,
contemplation
equal
games, and I'm
parts
just not good at being
Alaskan
quiet or
wilderness
contemplating.
survival story.
I mean, same.
And sci-fi adventure.
It's a Skylike, right?
And the contrast between these elements got me thinking.
Kinda-ish. I mean, it's the same company.
With music.
Oh, right, yeah.
He also did Monaco and The Order 1886, Assassin's Creed Syndicate, The Banner Saga, Abzu, another of Talia's favorites.
Banner Saga has great music, actually, I will say.
So, I started the score
John Wick
not
X.
with notes, but with instrumentation, building a palette of sounds
I just dislike that game a lot.
represent the wild
Stray Gods, and he's
elemental
doing
forces
Hades
of
too.
Alaska,
Stray Gods was
and
meant
at
to
the
be
same
good,
time,
right?
the
Wasn't that also a
high-tech
musical?
modernity scene
Yeah.
in the industrial
Yeah.
installations of the game.
Anyway, this is an Austin Wintory. This
So I
is
wanted to
Jeff Winks.
show you a few of the more unusual instruments on the soundtrack, and
Wintory's
this
coming
lovely
up.
little thing is one of them. It's chirango. It's a Andean guitar of sorts. It's found in Peru and Bolivia, and to me it sounds like the wild places of the world, especially the mountainous regions. So here's another instrument I'd like to share with you today. It's the mando guitar. And you can think of this as a soprano guitar or perhaps a guitar in mandolin range. And to me, it sounds like crystals and ice.
He's just kind of going for the lonesome guitar vibe. But not... It's not a survival sound. It doesn't sound hopeless or harsh. Kinda, you're on your own for a bit, figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay, Night Frights, something a little more spooky. Man, I love game audio, making music for games, so creative, and I want to show you something I had a lot of fun with here. So I've got some tonal stingers for you now. So these are rhythmically locked events that I can trigger, and they are used in the game as a positive feedback to the player. They've done something that they need to. So in this scene, Kai is outside of the aircraft at night and he's trying to scare away an intruder. So he's going to use a burning branch, to wave in the direction of this stalker and hopefully scare it away. Before that, I want to show you something that's really cool up here as well. So Alfie, it's the first time Alfie goes into lantern mode. So Alfie can actually light up like a flying torch, and it's the first time that he proves himself to actually be somewhat useful. And it's a brilliant part of the scene because of all the shadows that his moving light in the environment casts. It's super spooky. So let me just show you what happens when Alfie lights up.
Hey, Bear, get out of here. We got no food.
That's kind of cool.
It's so
it
cool.
reminds me.
Okay,
deeply
so
of the music
now
of a different game. I
the
can't remember
tonal
what it
stingers.
is.
So
That's
as the
really
player
annoying.
waves the branch into the darkness to scare off this intruder,
It does have a bit
they
of Doctor
hear
Who
the
sound to
tonal
it, yeah.
stinger to say yes, you've done something right. Here it goes.
I can't say what the music reminds me of, but I think the game looks like, what's that one called? The Long Dark?
Oh,
That
yeah.
Arctic survival game?
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
What's super cool about that is it's the music that's providing the feedback, not a sound effect, but something actually in the soundtrack itself. Here's the final one. Let's go ahead and trigger this one here. Super cool.
Intricate is what I'd call this.
Keep watch.
All right.
Okay, Vista View. This is something a bit different. Dynamic filters on the two synth lines in this composition. This is really cool. So what we're doing in this composition is we're going to track, basically, in the scene, the position of Alfie and Kai relative to the edge of a cliff. Below is a big reveal. And so as Alfie moves toward the cliff edge, we hear this. If he comes away from the cliff edge, we hear the filter come down. And then as Kai moves towards the cliff edge, we hear this. Really cool. So it's louder, the filter's opening, so then we'll put Alfie all the way toward the cliff edge. And finally, we're also tracking the head position. So when Kai actually, or the camera position I should say, so when Kai actually looks down beneath him and sees the big reveal, we are hearing this.
Don't keep me in suspense, man.
I don't suppose your power
Firewatch
has a giant
dialogue.
satellite dish on it?
Giant what now?
I think I just found what needs that power.
Oh, this is quite the discovery.
Hang tight. Gotta be some help down there.
Next up, Death of the Reprobate. Oh shit, Death of the Reprobate is from the maker of the Procession to Calvary. Oh, we're in for some serious shit. Death of the Reprobate is great, was exhibited last year at Adventure X. Excellent.
So I hope you enjoyed the walkthrough today. Thanks for tuning in and watching. I really appreciate it. If you want to find out more about the music for Arctic Awakening, you can check out joffwinks.com or arcticawakening.com.
Bumblebee, Bumblebee. Cheers, Bumblebee.
Morning, nerds. Who's ready to be sentenced to a cruel and painful death? Actually, I'd rather just watch the IRL musician green screen next to the diegetic musicians for a sec. Sure.
Fruits and vegetables! Fruits and vegetables! A ragtag band of buskers playing ballet, or whatever the fuck, from Michael Pretorius.
Doody doody doo, doody doody doo, doody doody doo, doody doody doo.
It's Eduardo Antonello!
Bravo! It's like some kind of bird or something.
That's some real adventure game logic.
Yep.
Get your fruits and your vegetables!
Ah, superb.
Plink, plink, plonk, plink, plinky, plonk, plonk.
Sheep in the background. Becca moment.
I mean, is he playing a flute?
No, true. You see the actual musician on the left, but he fits right into the scene's art. It's beautifully done. It is beautifully done. I almost didn't notice him. Dog, Nick moment.
So far, guns have solved nothing in this game. How unrealistic. Fruits and your vegetables! Get your fruits and your vegetables!
It's so weird, I love it. Bellows Wizard. A lively vagabond playing something loosely resembling Bronlin.
Screech, 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 squeak, screech, 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 screech.
Zero has an idea, and that idea is gun. Hey Zero, welcome in.
Hey Z. A white-bearded wizard reading a well-thumbed copy of Adswim. Please go too fast. That's kind of Yankee Doodle. God, I love how different these are.
Yeah. To come from, you know, a guy softly explaining the music cues in a game about Arctic exploration and therapy to this.
and don't forget the medieval disco.
Oh, the medieval disco, yes. How did I get invited to stream this event, Nick? I think I applied to it months ago. I can't quite remember. No, I got emailed about it, I think. Because of the III Initiative one I did ages back. I think that's it. I genuinely can't remember because it was so long ago. rad. I love shitposting with medieval art, to be quite honest. It's... Well, this is Renaissance art, but... It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of Monty Python thing, but...
Yeah.
It works.
The animation in particular, I'm really enjoying. Hey, magnum opus. Oh, it's a magnum bottle as well. Oh, that's clever.
I mean, have you ever had a really, really good piss?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Look, Becca.
Oh, Becca.
You know, buddy, at this point, I'm not sure you have object permanence.
You're right. You're right.
Oh, the next one's the Austin Wintry one.
Oh, neat. Eternal Strands. Is that our first Death Stranding style game?
I mean, it looks like a bit of a Soulsy action-adventure type thing.
Hi, I'm Austin Wintry,
Yeah.
and thank you so much to Save and Sound for asking me to come and talk a little bit about my score for the upcoming game Eternal Strands.
It's your boy.
From Yellow Brick Games. It has been an absolute joy collaborating with this incredible team on this really special game. Thanks so much for checking it out. All right, as you can imagine, given that we're still out ahead of the release of the game, I'm going to have to be a little bit sparing in what I share. So I thought, how about the least spoilery thing possible, the opening cinematic of the game, because it gives a little bit of a taste of some of the principles at work. All right, I'm going to hit play and unpack a little bit of what we hear at the beginning.
Well, that's lush.
That's real nice. I'm having a look at the game at the moment. Fight epic towering creatures while blending magical abilities.
You know,
so that sounds neat.
Pretty obvious. Is we have a big French horn solo, beautifully played by the principal French hornist there in Nashville, who she always does an absolutely phenomenal job.
Oh shit, this actually looks pretty cool on the magical ability side of things. It's Breath of the Wild like in that the actual systems interact with the world a lot more.
It's a pretty standard and straightforward treatment.
Heat spreads, cold chills things down. There's real-time destruction on things, so you can like hurl broken bits
this was
of
recorded
rock at
on
people.
its own in Nashville, as I mentioned.
Also telekinesis.
Now, in contrast, if I
that
play that again,
really cool,
but
actually.
I remove that French horn,
I love
you can kind of get a
systems-based
sense
games.
of what's left behind.
Yeah.
Because you get so much emergent gameplay out of it.
So there is a style of Japanese pottery called kintsugi that's quite famous. You probably have heard of it. And the underlying principle of this is that a piece of pottery, after being destroyed and subsequently repaired, is hopefully more beautiful than it was prior to being broken. And so I wanted to kind of adopt this idea as an underlying principle of the score.
So
there's supposed to be a kind of lightheartedness and an even joyous quality to Eternal Strands. So the music needed to come from a different sort of place than something dark and heavy like Lord of the Rings or sort of medieval like you hear from so much other kind of high fantasy. And on top of that, there's this narrative conceit of them being in the Enclave, which is a world that's been sort of sealed off by magic. And since this is something that's been sort of broken by way of its separation from the rest of the world, I found myself thinking about Kintsugi and going, what if the whole score was built with that in mind, as a kind of homage to the environment of the score? It's almost like an extension of environmental storytelling. So I am constantly breaking things apart and then forcibly putting them back together. Now, sometimes this is quite literal. So to give you an example, one of the very first sounds that you hear at the beginning of this is a kind of pulsing guitar. So if I play that on its own, you can hear it like this.
I love a good bonkers concept.
So it's a very simple little guitar part played by my friend Tom Straley. We did a kind of custom build where he took one of his guitars and took out all the strings, and then we alternated every other string on it to be of a different material, so that the thing kind of felt like it was almost put together in a junkyard. Because that had a way of sort of approximating this Kintsugi quality. On top of that, I then put plugins to do things like selectively take snippets of the audio and randomly play them backward in tandem with the forward signal flow, that sort of thing. If I jump to a slightly later part of the piece, you can actually hear this in a slightly more representative way. On top of that, we also have this beautiful traditional sort of string orchestra that is just sustaining chords underneath the French horn. Now, it's overall fairly naturalistic, but tucked in there, for example,
my impression is that Wintry really isn't the cheapest composer to work with in terms of budget.
On either side of the string orchestra.
You'll get your results, yeah.
But it's going to cost you. Taking a small snippet of the audio and playing it backwards while the rest of it simultaneously plays forward. So you can hear how it's sort of jittering backwards as the form of reverb tail.
He's the Pink Floyd of video game composers.
I went to London to Air Studios.
I see
about a year before going to Nashville.
Like, you know how Pink Floyd once recreated a radio sound in one of their songs?
With a different group of strings. And
they used like 1.5 miles of cable.
Our stand-in for traditional electronics, because I thought,
degrade your signal just by degrading your signal.
Deliberately anachronistic, anti-fantasy by having a bunch
of synths.
That's really
cool.
But what could be
that's the sort of shit
he'd do. Constantly sort of mangling the audio in the way that we're physically mangling the instrument.
But I need to pee. I'll be right back.
See ya.
It's sort of natural, but not entirely. And then mix that with some of these other, where I had the strings constantly do things like re-attacking notes out of sync with each other. So you get this kind of undulating, again, sort of Kintsugi-inspired brokenness. So it's like a synth pad, but it's obviously built entirely out of acoustic natural elements. And then here, I just shamelessly pitch bend it because it ends up functioning like a bass drop, but it's entirely the manipulated sound of the acoustic strings recorded in London. Now we mix that with another couple layers of that have been heavily processed, and you get a sound like this. So nothing in there is explicitly a synth or electronic. It's all just the manipulation of the sound. Here's another element I want to talk about. I had custom made this giant kalimba, which is an African instrument, working with my fabulous assistant Shireen I made a kind
Return.
of giant library of strange sounds. So like here, for example, she was bending the little tines on the kalimba using a pair of scissors, and you get this kind of texture.
You know, there's so much work that went into this. It's ridiculous.
You can hear that passing through this wonderful, weird plugin called Backmask, which takes chunks of the audio and reverses it periodically. Here's one other little ingredient I want to tease out, which is I did quite a lot of recording with my regular trusted partner, Kristen Nagus, who is sort of my woodwind partner in crime. We work together all the time. She's phenomenal. And she had bought this absolute monstrous sub-bass recorder, which you can see here. I took a little snippet of and have that just pumping through as a nice
that's
kind
not
of
a recorder.
low,
That's a
heavy gesture.
Scanning electron microscope.
That's a recordist.
Yes. Oh, it sounds
It's like
good.
a foghorn. So that sort of thing is used all throughout as well. So when you combine all of that, you end up with the first 40 seconds or so that sound like this.
Yeah, this sounds rad, but I think that was never in any like question.
Yeah, it's just weird when you hear it, you can't really pick up on all the shit he's doing.
It's a nice art style, too.
All right, so there's literally less than 1 minute of this multi-hour score that I spent years writing, but I hope it sounded interesting to you. Thanks again, Save and Sound, for inviting me, and to Yellow Brick Games for including me in this incredibly
spent years
special project, Eternal Strands. Thanks so much.
Okay, a Guidebook of Babel.
Hello， 大家好，老朋友们好久不见了，新朋友们初次见面。我们是巴贝号漫游指南的开发团队。
A narrative-driven puzzle adventure game with a butterfly effect at its core.
音乐 Rick。今天这期视频跟大家介绍的就是我们游戏里面的音乐。接下来我们就请 Rick 来介绍几首他最喜欢的游戏音乐吧。
第一首是记忆工厂的背景音乐。
这首曲子是游戏当中玩家初次接触到的几首背景音乐之一。此刻，布雷斯刚从记忆提取仪上醒过来，对周围的一切都一无所知。
第二首是重阳特战的背景音乐。
It's got a very play entertainment sort of vibe to the art style.
Yeah, kind of Don't Starve.
Yeah.
相当舒适的一首曲子。配合中央车站明亮的画面，给大家一种很新鲜、敞亮的感觉。
This seems quite neat.
那说起来，有没有稍微与众不同一点的曲子？
想到记忆工厂里面还有一个街机游戏机了吗？
哦，对对对，游戏中玩游戏。那我们听一听。
That's cute.
是一首相当有复古感受的曲子，很难想象巴贝号上居然有街机，不知道是被哪个人类带上船的。我来说一个吧，遗物鉴赏会上那一首曲子有印象吗？我们团队的小伙伴都非常喜欢。这个应该算是游戏的故事进入到高潮部分的一首背景音乐了。当时主角们都聚集在遗物鉴赏会上，然后争夺最后的一个神秘大奖。
I like that bass line. It's a bit jazzy.
那既然你今天都扛着乐器了，要不我们就试着合成一下这首曲子吧，即兴发挥一下怎么样？
好。
来吧。在瑞克的辛苦录制下，我们终于完成了我们改编的嘉年华主题曲。那接下来就请大家来欣赏我们这个新鲜出炉的 MV 吧。
Hold on, let me look that thing up. It's a Teenage Engineering OP1, a synthesizer, sampler, and sequencer from Stockholm. Battery powered, costs about $1,400, and I figured Talia wants one.
Yep. It goes onto the Talia wish list. Hold on a sec. Not my DMs.
Used by Beck, Depeche Mode, Jean-Michel Jarre, Churches, Justin Vernon. It has a G-force sensor for motion controlled effects.
Of course. Sounds like a really high-end instrument. Now Nocturne.
Welcome everybody, I'm Benjamin Precy, the writer and designer for Nocturne,
is this an Undertale-like?
upcoming rhythm RPG. Nocturne's story was written before development even started, which allowed us to compose the music in a way that's deeply integrated into the world and the game's mechanics. For example, when you enter combat, every enemy has a unique song, and we compose each song to fit the emotional arc of the story. In combat, we mix a traditional rhythm game with RPG elements.
Oh, interesting. From that initial art, I had a more of a
enemy will charge up and attack.
A vibe that this is going to be a sort of cozy fantasy sort of vibe. But
you can even strike at the right
very
moment
first line on the
to
description
land a
is the afterlife
critical
is now digital, so
now,
it's
in
actually
early playtesting, we recognized that fighting the same enemy
like a Matrix
multiple
vibe.
times could become repetitive, especially if the player feels like they've already mastered that song. So we developed a unique audio system to keep the combat and music fresh. We call this system melody switching. Now, a song's composition is complex,
It has a
but to
demo.
simplify, we'll break it down to key elements. We have the main melody, typically the part of the song you would hum along to. Then we have the arrangement of the instruments in the song. We have the chord progression, what chords are played in which order. And finally, the overall structure, such as where the high and low energy
You know,
sections
BTR,
are.
when you're doing metal,
Now
it's more of a
imagine
heavy
we switched out
motif.
the main melody for something different, but keep all the other elements the same. This results in a song that has the same energy and feel, but sounds unique. So we decided to compose 3 different melodies for every enemy. Meaning, if you battle the same enemy multiple times, you'll hear a different version of that song each time. But we can go further. What if we split the melody in half? If we think of each song as 2 halves, part A and part B, then we could transition between melodies halfway through. Melody 1A could flow seamlessly into melody 2B, creating another unique variation to the music. In fact, this would give us 9 total possible combinations of melodies. Well, this is exactly what we did, and to explain how, I'll hand it over to our composer.
Okay, the RPG I was thinking of was Everhood, which is also a rhythm game RPG thing.
Today, we'll be looking at how to set up the melody switching in WWise. At a high level, it's about moving from one track to another with a system called a switch. Let's look at one example. Here's our list of enemies, and we'll focus on Mantis. This is the playlist for Mantis combat music, which contains different music segments, A and B. Each segment holds tracks,
dynamic music in games isn't new.
Track to a switch.
Unreal had that. Unreal
you can see
one.
here that I'm indicating to the software which
but there's a special challenge to when you're doing a rhythm game like this.
Segment. We also need to tell WWise how to move smoothly between the tracks. This is a combination of setting up our pre-entry point and our post-exit point, as well as a transition rule. In this specific example, the transition needs to happen when segment A reaches its exit cue. At the same time, segment B should start from the very beginning. Then, our pre-entry mainly tells where beat 1 of the track is, and the post-exit shows where WWise should move to another track, as well as continue playing what's after the marker.
Not Fmod, it's WWise.
You can see a bit of music there after
the two audio middlewares.
That's because the other one, we want WWise to play the tail of that last song performed. At the same time, it plays the start of the next track.
I guess the tricky bit is syncing this up with the game.
Seamlessly. And that's it. This is just one of the ways we're working to make the combat music feel more dynamic and less repetitive.
What's that effect on that bridge?
Back to you, Ben.
It's all that, kind of like a vertical slice effect.
Result.
It's kind of neat.
I'm going to play you a section.
It looks like an equalizer.
Song. First, we'll listen to melody. So pay attention to the notes in this version of the melody.
Yeah. It would be really cool if in the game that actually was showing the audio equalizer graph of whatever background music was playing at the time.
And now let's listen to how it sounds if we switch from melody
figure
1
it does that.
into melody
that seems
3.
doable. This has a pretty symphonic metal feel, like a bit
I hope you enjoyed this deep dive.
Maybe
how we're building a rhythm RPG where every enemy has a unique song with multiple melodies. Nocturne is due for release in 2025. You can
I don't know, it's something about playing rhythm games on
even
keyboard
download
that
our
is
demo
just
to try out the
unpleasant.
melody switching feature yourself. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, kind of.
And we're back! Arctic
the
Awakening,
key
A
rollover
Guidebook of
will
Babel, and
always
Nocturne,
suck for
all of
rhythm
demos
games.
available. Eternal Strands is available for wish listing, and The Death of the Reprobate has a demo now, but it's also planned to release on the 7th of November, so look out for that. So, what do we have next, Hans?
Okay,
we actually have quite a bit more in store. I think we're not even halfway through the show. It's a good time to remind all that all the games you saw yesterday and that you will see tonight are all featured on the Steam sale. We are also live on YouTube and Twitch, hanging out with all you beautiful people at home. Up next, we have The Operator, an incredible spy thriller game with a powerful performance. Then we will have, I believe it's Inkulinati, showcasing the behind the scenes of the game's wonderful soundtrack, kind of like a medieval vibe to it. And after that, we'll check out a piece from Post Trauma with a tantalizing piano performance. In the second half of this block, as we still have some pieces to go through, we'll have Solarpunk, the eagerly awaited cozy survival game with an audio deep dive. And then we'll watch Caravan SandWitch with a wonderfully tranquil performance. And we'll end this entire block with Thank Goodness You're Here, a beautifully animated indie gem bursting with British humor and gags. The great people over at A Shell in the Pit will be going over the game's audio and music design. Enjoy.
You will answer my questions as usual. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you understand? Do you believe in extraterrestrial life?
Oh, this is ominous. So the operator is sort of Orwell style, but a sort of more... well, I suppose Orwell was a conspiracy as well, but much more sort of vibes of government conspiracy, as opposed to the Orwell was you were investigating a political conspiracy. This is more of a, like, chemtrails conspiracy stuff. Very ominous. Doing some absolutely disgusting things with that guitar.
A bit almost black metal.
I have no idea what genre this is, but it's really cool. It's very soulful.
Yeah, it's nice and dark, like my soul. So this is a hacking game, kind of?
It's kind of close to, like, do you remember the game Orwell?
The surveillance camera thing.
Yeah, it's like that. So it's
interesting.
Yeah, investigative and that sort of thing.
Interesting choice for a soundtrack for this to go so heavy on the guitar. Like
nice.
you'd expect your typical I'm on a computer soundtrack is more synthy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like the score for Uplink, which is entirely electronical, or Frozen Synapse.
Frozen Synapse soundtrack was awesome.
Yeah, the Nervous Test Pilot's good. Like I said, I bought one of his albums to listen to while programming.
Yeah.
Okay, this is more your hacker sound. That's a wet synth sound. Like it's nice and moist. Moist. For all you ASMR lovers out there.
It kind of has John Wick fight in a nightclub vibes.
Oh, you know who wrote the soundtrack to John Wick X?
Yes, you mentioned it earlier and I've already forgotten. Was it Austin Wintory?
Yeah. He's apparently friends with Mike Bithell. They have a podcast together. This is kind of industrial metal, and I love it.
Oh god, is there another week movie? There've been 4 of them.
They're making a 5th, a spin-off?
Yeah.
The ballerina or whatever?
They will only be making spin-offs from now, because spoilers.
Okay, I haven't seen the 3rd John Wick movie yet, but yeah, sure.
3rd one is both good and really bad. Like, for some reason, it has some of the best sequences in the series, but also some of the worst. But I enjoyed the 4th one. I thought that was pretty neat. Also, you'll enjoy it, Bean. The villain is French.
I mean, that's always great. And at least the 2nd time in the Keanu Reeves movie that happened.
The other one being the Merovingian from The Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though, one thing I will say, he does say the greatest quote about the French language ever, which is, swearing in French is like wiping your ass with silk.
That is true. Yeah, the first movie was a very movie, and the second movie was a lot better, I thought.
I loved the first.
I thought the first one's good, but I feel like the second one really surpassed it. Just because I feel like it was at its strongest when it was establishing this world underneath, and the first one was a little hesitant to do it sometimes.
They have an actual sax on this? This sounds like the intro to Iron Sky. You mean the Moon Nazi movie? She could sing a Bond song.
Oh, absolutely. I was just thinking this almost sort of veers into Bond, doesn't it?
Yeah, but now I said it so you don't appear smart.
No. Yeah, this is great. We need to get her on a Bond film. Like, come on.
I love that subdued sax and the kind of dreamy underwater guitar.
Yeah, this is real nice.
Kind of reminds me of one of the songs from Transistor.
Yeah.
The Spine, I think it was.
Yeah, I absolutely know exactly the one. Yeah. God, Transistor is such a good soundtrack. She's got a hell of a set of pipes on.
And knows how to use them. That's some fancy singing.
I'm trying to remember In Circle Zero. I don't remember that one.
And it's the fart joke game.
Hey. This is Inkulinati. Wait, sorry, did it just do the It's Wednesday, my dudes?
My name is Aleksander Zawłocki. I'm the composer of Inkulinati, and I was also responsible for the sound design and audio implementation for the game, as well as I composed the music for all the game trailers. And for those of you who don't know Inkulinati, it's a 2D strategy game straight from medieval manuscripts, where a rabbit's bum can be deadlier than a dog's sword. In our game, we have many hilarious medieval creatures. Each has its distinct voice and character.
You know, I'm not really sure how that combat system works. Like, I don't understand the placement because it's, you know, like side-scrolling.
When designing the sounds for the Inkulinati beasts, I've considered a few ideas in my mind.
A little hard to tell, yeah. I mean, it could be a bit like Darkest Dungeon, maybe, which is also side-scrolling.
And they should be covered with sound effects.
Oh, no, I don't think it is, no.
Each
Certainly
beast
position
has
seems to
unique
matter,
style and look, and it should have its own distinct voice. All of the sound effects should be grotesque and playful onomatopoeias.
Yeah, I mean, like, one side-scrolling turn-based strategy game I've played is SteamWorld Heist.
Oh, yeah.
And that was very XCOM. Like, in terms of you choose cover and then such, and there doesn't seem to be a lot of cover here.
No,
all of them were humans pretending to be animals.
Heist 2.
Fun fact, some of the voice actors are Inkulinati devs themselves.
Yeah, there isn't much cover. Maybe it'll be down to like environmental things, like you've got all these pots of burning oil.
For every
and all
new
that
project, before placing the first note in my DAW, I always think of a musical formula that would define the game's world and that would create a music signature for the game. Because Inkulinati is deeply rooted in European medieval history, I wanted to incorporate some of the traditional musical language into the game. I thought that some of the medieval instruments could serve as the beast's voice extension. Due to Inkulinati's humorous nature, I decided that the music could be pretending to be pompous and serious. That way, it would leave space for the directly funny sound effects. Finally, I wanted to achieve a musical narrative that would give the player a sense of a grand adventure filled with legends,
which I think makes sense
humor.
when the rest of the game's so silly.
In the case of Inkulinati, I combined three
if you
elements.
play it straight, that just
so
makes the silliness
humor of Monty Python and the Holy Grail soundtrack, the traditional medieval music, and the contemporary symphony orchestra gives us the music signature of Inkulinati. Here is a snippet of Inkulinati's main theme called Draw Your Quills.
Yeah. Wow, this is the most complex orchestration we've seen in the event, I think.
Yeah, that's got a bunch going on.
I hope that the theme made you feel that a great adventure is ahead. And here is a fun little statistic for you. About 70% of the instruments that I used were traditional medieval instruments such as bagpipes, cram horns, and different reed instruments. And the other 30% was covered by the sound of the symphony orchestra. In Inkulinati, there are a couple of different game modes. Each game mode has its own music playlist. In our tutorial, or the Academy, as we like to call it, the music is very aesthetic. It holds back as the real adventure hasn't started yet. This is just the beginning.
Oh, that's chill. I like that.
Once the player grasps the basics of Inkulinati, they will embark on a new journey. This is the single-player campaign, the moment when the adventure begins. While
like
in
Slay
the
the
journey
Spire
mode,
style,
when the player visits the campaign map,
looks like it, yeah.
The music conveys a sense of an adventure, but it's also a place of safety. This is the place where you prepare for the next encounter.
It's a roguelite.
Yeah, I like the look of this. I'm popping that on the wish list. Oh god, we got a real case
Finally,
of musical
we engage
whiplash
in
coming with the
battle.
next game.
During battles, we hear light background music, which gives players a lot of space for tactical reasoning. The music is there to support decision making and to help the brain think. It's calm and collected.
We have an Ikifu like next.
Yep, we do.
Until the final stage of the battle, the apocalypse.
You know, at this point, it should really be attending evil already.
Up. The music becomes more epic and dramatic. It gives you a feeling that each move could be your last one.
I think the only time Resident Evil has been an actually accurate title was 7, where you are just in some dude's house.
You know, the only Resident Evil I really played was 4, and honestly, I loved it, but
I haven't played anything because I'm a cowardly baby.
We are aware.
I hope that you enjoyed my little deep dive into the sounds and music of Inkulinati. Thank you for watching, and please enjoy the rest of the Safe and Sound Festival. Take care, and bye-bye.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it. 8's the one with the big vampire lady?
Yeah, she's in a disappointingly small portion of the game.
Gasparini, also better known as Mew. I'm the composer behind Post-Trauma, the survival horror game inspired by horror games I grew up with. That's why I wanted to capture a very nostalgic feel for the music while still giving it its own character. And today I'm very happy to play for you a special solo piano version of the main theme. The original version of the theme features many additional elements such as drums and strings, so make sure to check out both versions. And now, please enjoy the piano version of Post-Trauma.
You know, I was thinking this could be the piano version of Sound of Silence.
That'd be bold if they just turned around and played that instead. Get everyone copyright struck.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
It does fit, actually.
Not really.
It's not perfect, obviously, because it's a different song, but it kind of fits.
It's got an interesting vibe, a bit of melancholy, a bit of mystery.
Yeah, I dig it. The game is absolutely not my thing because I'm a cowardly baby, but it looks pretty neat looking at the store page. I would watch Ikifu play this game for sure.
And the main character kind of looks like him.
It does a little. Because it really, really does?
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know. Is this just a one-person operation, or...? Red Soul Games, based in Valencia, Spain. Red Soul Games is the new studio from indie developer Roberto Serra.
This is not Roberto. This is Nicholas Gasparini. So it's probably not intentional. But it is kind of wild how much the guy in Post-Trauma looks like him.
Yeah. Also, Steam tells me this is similar to games you've played. Hitman, World of Assassination.
It's like nothing I've played, apparently.
But you've played Hitman.
I know, it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, have you played Hitman World of Assassination on Steam or Epic?
Oh, that was on Epic. But I have Hitman 2 on Steam, which is, one would imagine, similar to Hitman World of Assassination.
Well, not by Steam's logic, it ain't.
This is nice. This is very pleasant. The kind of menu music you can just sit and keep on for a while.
Yeah, this is some good piano work.
Yeah, that's nice.
Hey everyone, I'm Felix Bachlinger from Only Sound, and today I'm excited to take you behind the scenes of the 2024 Gamescom trailer of Solarpunk. We'll talk about how the music evolved, what tools we used, and the finished production. Before we get started, a quick shout out to my colleague Paul Stehr, who worked alongside me on this project and who is the other half of Only Sound, a production company for music and sound design from
I'll
Germany.
give away another key. This is for Sandara, which is a city building game on the side of a mountain.
Usually when you work on a trailer, the visuals already exist,
Put that
and
into
as a
Steam.
composer your job is to write the music to fit to the image. But in this case, it was the other way around. The music existed first and the trailer was cut on the existing music. So we ask ourselves, what emotions do we need to evoke
airships,
musically?
fancy.
And we identified some key elements.
Solarpunk is a survival game in a technically advanced world of floating islands.
There's also that technical aspect you have to watch out for, and of course the coziness and like a glimmer of hope for a better future. So from there we were sketching out musical ideas, and I'm going to show you the very first draft we did.
Yeah, this looks kind of cozy for a survival game.
It's a piano scratch I created, so let's jump right in.
But I mean, it's not like Minecraft is this super hardcore thing either.
True. Good point. That code went quick. Sorry, Zero. It's Noom time. I got 2 more codes, don't worry. Remaining 2 are pretty good games as well. I got Pacific Drive and Anchorfoot.
Angerfoot, the Keith-like?
Yeah, the Keith-like. Hey, another Fruity Loop studio. You could do this yourself at home.
So, yeah, that's the main idea. In the A section, it's basically
you have a really good knowledge of music theory,
just in one key, right? It's in minor, but we have this feeling of adventure in the B section because we do what we call a modal interchange. We switched to a major key for a short period of time here, and that gave it this like uplifting moment that we really loved. It was the main idea for the first sketch, and we really thought it fitted the game. Also, this idea that you can hear at the end is a very simple one that outlines the harmonic essence of this whole thing. Once we had the basic sketch down, I sent it over to Paul, and as we'll see in a moment, this is where the piece really starts to take shape. Let's take a look at the session in Dorico. So Paul took this sketch and added a lot more instruments to flesh out the arrangement. And one of the things I loved about Paul's work on this was how he took the piano chords and transcribed them to the Celesta and Glockenspiel, which really like brings out this adventure and floaty feel. I don't know how to describe it better. And remember, because we were composing first, we didn't have to worry about syncing it perfectly to picture. So we could let the music lead the narrative, and that allowed us to make bold choices in the orchestration and composition that might not have been possible otherwise. Let's have a listen.
I've watched
to
an
the
hour-long
playback
video
of
on the design of this music notation software.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, there's an Irish musician and a UI designer who does like critiques of music software.
Uh-huh. It seems reasonably well developed. I mean, I've never had to write music, so...
Yeah, I mean, there's of course a lot there. The UI is really complicated. One of the things he talked about was that it's complex to split up notes when you decide to put something in between notes that are connected. I think Dorico was the one that always constantly wanted to keep the meter correct. So it would insert notes when you split something up.
Once the orchestration was done, it was back in my hands.
Which could be annoying if you're trying to do something a bit
phase.
special.
Let's jump into the session.
Imagine a code editor that inserts
in this template are grouped by family,
brackets,
so
parentheses,
strings,
so that the code would compile.
Green is brass, and purple are other instruments like piano, harp, and choir, and red is percussion, and these additional gray ones are synth layers. One little thing I want to point out here is a special sound that we designed, like a signature sound for Solarpunk, and it sounds like this. That's really just a woman's choir with some grain delay and pitch modulation. And we thought this compromise of organic and technical sound fit the game very well to catch the interest of the listener right at the beginning. I'm gonna play through the whole thing now so you can hear how the final production sounded.
Sounds a bit like the Skyrim theme.
Does a bit, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is kind of a waking up on a morning you're gonna have an adventure.
This is really good fantasy music.
And that's it. Thank you so much for joining me on this behind-the-scenes look at how we created the 2024 Gamescom trailer for Solarpunk. You can check it out on IGN Germany, YouTube, and I think Dailymotion also. I hope you enjoyed this peek in our creative process, and thanks again for watching.
The same feeling as on
Enjoy
Hobbits,
the rest of the festival and see you around.
Xerus' anime
Bye-bye.
fantasy person standing in a field of tall grass while
Bonjour
breeze
à toutes
blows
et à
music.
tous.
You're
Je suis
right.
heureuse de vous présenter un peu des
Yeah.
coulisses de la musique de Caravan SandWitch.
Caravan SandWitch. I saw this at Gamescom, I think.
Je
I say I
m'appelle
saw it
Elodie
at
Fourneur,
Gamescom. I
je suis
wasn't there.
compositrice de musique et je travaille sous le pseudonyme
I want to look
Antinomie.
something up.
J'ai
Are
choisi ce
they
nom parce que l'antinomie,
Québécoises?
c'est une manière de questionner ce qui nous entoure, de questionner la vie. Parce que,
Studio Plain Toast is the
parce
developer.
que philosophiquement, cela veut dire qu'il peut y avoir deux vérités complètement opposées
This
et tout
is
autant valables.
antinomie.
En gros, techniquement, je me sers de l'antinomie pour rester ouverte et avoir du plaisir à mélanger des éléments qui n'ont a priori rien à voir. C'est quelque chose d'intéressant
ungoogleable,
artistiquement et intellectuellement. Dans cette idée, je vais vous présenter ce pourquoi nous sommes là, la bande originale de Caravan SandWitch, et qui inclut donc cette approche. Caravan SandWitch, c'est un univers post-apocalyptique, mais qui se veut optimiste. À partir de cette vision, nous avons, avec les créatrices,
Yeah, there's also a band by that name, but with an I, so...
I found a YouTube account. Yeah, and that is French, Eastern France.
Pour mieux en parler, décortiquons le morceau thème de Caravan SandWitch.
Yeah, I watched a Canadian show recently that had a bunch of people from Quebec on.
C'est qu'il soit possiblement une chanson, avec des paroles, et donc
They
en
swear
français, pour
weird.
assumer notre identité, que ce morceau aborde l'histoire du jeu, d'une manière
You know how the
détournée,
default
pour ne pas
swear in French is merde?
qu'il y ait la
Like
présence
shit?
de phrases musicales fortes, et
The
que des
default
sentiments
swear in
contraires
Québécois
cohabitent
apparently
à
is
l'écoute du morceau.
tabernacle.
Alors, voyons un petit peu ce que pense ces dérobés à la
Really?
montre.
From
Tout
the
d'abord, ce morceau
tabernacle,
représente
like
la voix des voix
yeah.
avec
They
son
keep
hook.
the Jesus bread
À
in.
l'intérieur, on retrouve différentes identités vocales. Une voix féminine, une voix bizarre, lointaine,
That
qui
is
travaillait
such a
toutes ces voix
strange choice
au
of
pitch,
words.
avec des superpositions et avec de l'écho. Même dans le choix d'un effet comme l'écho, il peut y avoir une intention narrative. J'adore ce genre de petits détails. En effet, l'idée ici est de faire place à des identités
Yeah,
multiples
Caravan
qui ont
SandWitch,
toutes
very
des choses
cozy
à
sort
nous
of
dire
vibes
et qui
game.
peuvent cohabiter en harmonie dans la différence.
It has a car, it has tools, it has exploration.
Yeah.
Honestly, I already had it on my wish list. Looks kind of cool.
It's Food Journey.
Ensuite, cette antinomie se retrouve dans les instruments sélectionnés. On entend un synthétiseur complètement artificiel, numérique, qui se mélange à des percussions naturelles, authentiques. Les deux ont leur place, se soutiennent, et je dirais même que la différence renforce de manière harmonieuse l'identité sonore de chaque instrument. On peut aussi parler du mood du morceau. Je suis sur une harmonie de genre tonal, mode majeur ou mineur, on dit aussi que ça sonne de manière joyeuse ou triste. Bon, en réalité, il y a plus de nuances, mais ici, on va garder ce raccourci pour ne pas se perdre. Donc, ce que ça veut dire, techniquement, c'est que plusieurs notes sont jouées en même temps. Et ce qu'il faut savoir aussi, c'est que l'on obtient cette identité par la combinaison minimum de 3 notes. Alors, je sais que ces infos sont très basiques ou peut-être trop techniques, mais je tiens à m'adresser à tous. Je reviens à cette identité de mood donc. Musique tonale, accord, 3 notes minimum, et on se sent triste ou on se sent bien, et donc ici, j'ai décidé de ne pas aller jusqu'à la formation d'un accord. Je n'ai joué que sur 2 notes simultanément. Pourquoi ? Parce que ne pas formuler l'accord complet donne un sentiment ambigu où on n'a pas vraiment le chemin d'un accord mineur ou majeur, ni joyeux, ni triste. C'est ce qui donne ce rendu pop mélancolique. La musique thème sert de guide à la BO globale du jeu, et comme toute musique thème, elle s'égrène dans le jeu de manière plus ou moins subtile à certains moments. Et pour le reste, hormis quelques expérimentations dans les radios, c'est une variation de passages musicaux où l'on va de zones sonores douces, calmes, légères, à des endroits plus sombres.
Interesting to use the vocals like that.
It's very moody,
Voilà,
I like
c'est un
it.
petit bout de l'histoire musicale de Caravan SandWitch. J'espère que cette immersion vous a plu. Maintenant, je vous propose d'aller chez nos amis les Renetos pour une interprétation du morceau dans les conditions du live. À tout de suite.
Ooh, nice.
Voilà.
Ça dure.
J'ai des fourmis, on est là.
Is that the French for I've got pins and needles? I have ants in my legs. I like that, honestly. It is, I think, more descriptive of the feeling than pins and needles is.
I mean, in German, it's my muscles sleeping.
I mean, it's very to the point and correct. That's exactly what's happening.
As people tend to say about the German language, yeah. You know, how many Germans does it take to change a light bulb?
1?
Yes, we're very efficient and have no sense of humor.
God damn it. I think, Bean, you're very good proof that Germans have a sense of humor.
I mean, technically, I'm also Dutch, so...
That could be it.
very breathy, has a lot of like reverberating sounds.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. The next one up could be Zany.
I love a Zany game. Oh, thank goodness you're here. Yeah, I've watched Rizalka stream this. This is the most British game ever made.
I mean, it's being sold in a bundle with Untitled Goose Game.
It's even more British. It's legitimately incredible. It's a perfect piss take of Britain. It's one of the rare piss takes of Britain that I think the British will look at and go, yeah, this is 100% accurate, actually.
Boy, what on earth are you doing with that mop, boy?
Oh, gosh. I'm sorry, Mrs. Meg. My mum's got me back on the Mercury again.
Give me strength.
Hello and welcome to the audio deep dive of Thank Goodness You're Here. My name is Michelle Del Mundo, and I'm from Michelle in the Pit alongside audio directors Preston Wright and Millie Musar.
My mum's got me back on
Together
the Mercury
we make up the
again.
audio team for the game. In Thank Goodness You're Here, you play as this tiny yellow salesman navigating the quaint British town of Barnsworth.
It's great good.
With around 600 different interactable objects and characters, Preston, Millie, and I have definitely had our fair share of slapping random things in the real world just to capture the right sound.
Nonetheless, they're right. They're right about this.
Every object has at least 3 and sometimes up to 10 variations of their bespoke impact sounds.
I said, in arrears? Well, I can try, but it's your wife.
We've had to get pretty creative when designing audio for things that are either super quiet, don't make a sound at all,
I mean, that's just
or simply
British
don't exist
poker,
in real
I
life.
hardly know her.
Yeah.
Like the sound of a really long sausage moving through the town, slapping a pie that's so big it exploded out of a pie shop, or a water fountain that suddenly starts spraying fryer oil.
For a second, I thought it was bean
On the
juice.
technical side of things, our audio programmer Nicholas Zhang was able to create a system that controlled character mouth movements with their corresponding audio files.
I feel I'm wasting away out here. My blood sugar's dropping, I can feel it.
This saved a lot of potential manual work syncing mouth
that
movements
reminds me
to
of that
VO.
one adventure game.
Transitioning between areas of the game involves a
what's the
dynamic
one?
music system that changes specific stems depending on where you are and what's happening.
It reminds me deeply of Wallace and Gromit.
Hello. What?
I mean that one where everyone
At the
sounds like
game's
Johnny
climax,
Vegas.
the characters burst into rhythmic song and you get to play
I
along.
can't think of it. Musical sections were made to loop or sustain depending on the progression of the
suggest
actions
Bertram
made
Fiddle?
by the player.
No, I'm looking at my Steam library.
To add to the intensity, we also had different layers of underlying risers.
Yorkshire Gubbins.
I've never heard of that. I'll have to take a look.
On the topic of cutscenes, the process felt very similar to editing for animation for movies or TV. Typically, the animation for a cutscene was locked by the time it got to me, and I had to sync up the VO and edit in a linear fashion. One of my favorite cutscenes has to be Raj's existential crisis because of the fast cuts between environments.
It's just too big! Too big!
That won't fit.
No!
Extra, extra large.
Too big! This is a family restaurant.
Too big! Too big!
It's just too big.
Too big! Too big! Just be fair.
Another favorite of mine is A Few Too Many because of the perspective changes, and it was always so fun just being able to listen to the different takes that the voice actors would provide.
No! Oh no. Oh. No.
No! 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 No!
The game directors Will and James had a really detailed ear for what fit best for each cutscene, and what we ended up with really let their vision shine. Even moving from cutscenes back to gameplay is seamless, because we made sure that the clock bell persists through the ends of cutscenes into regular gameplay.
Oh, you blooming turnip. In for a penny!
So that required some new design iterations just for the clock. The mixing process was a balancing act, prioritizing key characters and objects over the detailed background emitters like insects or birds to make sure that the important moments stood out.
I simply do not like snails at all.
I'm gonna throw things over to Millie so she can talk about her design process.
Hi, I'm Millie. I was co-directing Thank Goodness You're Here with Preston, and I'm gonna show you a session where I recorded some hungry rats eating cheese. For the rat bite, I used some library sounds of humans chewing cereal, and a little bit, the beginning is me chewing peanut butter.
Musophonia enthusiasts are about out of time.
So it goes.
Okay, I think I'm going to be banned from Yorkshire.
Oh no!
Because I said everyone in Yorkshire Gubbin sounds like Johnny Vegas, who's from Lancashire.
It originally sounds like
yeah.
this. So it's just me going, and this is me chewing peanut butter and jelly. So it's like softer. A lot of the sounds in the game are recordings of us performing the action and the combination of library sounds. Just making these sounds funny was actually having fun while making them, and kind of like imprinting that playful spirit to our sound design. When I saw this character right here, Jennifer Joggins, I asked the devs if we could add some music so that when we slapped her, you could hear the music that was playing inside her Walkman.
The next one's
So for that, we decided to make some sort of Euro dance music, kind of like from the 90s. And I made this loop. And to make it sound like it was coming from a Walkman, I used this plugin. So try slapping her and see what happens.
As we wrap up this audio deep dive, I just want to say how awesome it's been to share the behind-the-scenes magic of Thank Goodness You're Here. Every sound has been carefully crafted to make the town of Barnsworth feel alive. From the silly slaps of everyday objects to the over-the-top voice lines, our team had so much fun putting this all together, and we hope that you enjoyed this look under the hood and it gives you a new appreciation for the sounds that make this quirky adventure so special. Thanks for watching and thanks for listening.
Hello and welcome back to Save and Sound, everyone. The Operator, Post-Trauma, and Thank Goodness You're Here are all on sale. Solarpunk is available for wishlist, and Caravan SandWitch has a demo available. What are we watching next, Kate?
We'll start things off with Angerfoot, a lightning-fast FPS where, quote, the only thing harder than your ass-kicking feet are your ass-kicking beats. Jay Booty will be diving into the game's audio. Following that, is Castle of Alchemists, a tower defense game where we'll get to see an upbeat performance and learn more about the soundtrack. Next up is RUNGORE,
I return
a
from peeing.
fast-paced deck builder where strategy meets chaos, and we'll explore its
Oh, we thought
quirky,
you had
energetic
died.
soundtrack that keeps
Oh
you
yeah,
on
I
your
did.
toes.
I had a little death.
After that, we have Kill the Music,
I mean,
an
hey,
I've got a key
instrumental-based
for
action
Agatha.
game where you fight to the beat with an
Who wants to
electrifying
keep our anger
performance.
fur? I'm going to put
We'll
it in the
wrap block
chat.
up with the cult
Get ready,
classic
everyone.
Dwarf Fortress, a world
Get ready,
simulation
everyone.
game
It's
where
going
we'll
in the
dive
chat.
into its music.
In
Have a
3,
good time.
2, 1, now.
Hi, I'm Jason Sutherland. I do the music and sound on Angerfoot.
Wow, that was done within a second.
In this video, I'll talk about some of the techniques and design decisions I made in making the music. If you haven't played Angerfoot, I'll start off by explaining how the music functions.
Is his
in the
name
game.
J Booty like
Angerfoot is a first-person
ass
shooter.
or J
You
Booty
kick
like
through a door in order to progress through a level.
boot?
You can use weapons
I'm hoping
that you pick
it's
up
like
and also
ass,
throw
but like
throughout the
boot would be
game.
funny.
But essentially, you can kick your way through the entire
This is
game.
extremely not
When
a
we
zero
started
game.
the
I
initial
like
prototype
kicking people in the face a lot.
2020 for the 7-day FPS
I'm
jam.
thinking it might be
we
the
introduced
FOV.
me to Gabba and Dutch
Or the
Alcohol.
screen shake.
We watched a bunch
Oh,
of
yeah, no,
Dominator
that's
videos,
fair.
which is a festival that's popular in the Netherlands, which have huge, insane sets and like facades and stages. It's crazy. In experimenting with the sounds and making the first yet-to-be Angerfoot song, I made a lot of short loops that had a rise in energy in each one of them. They were short melodies, quite simple, but had a sense of urgency, kind of like the drop in the Dominator concert. So I
You know, it's
stitched all of
weird
these
how
short
he's so
loops
chill
together,
and the
in
music's
testing the early
very
prototype
not.
gameplay.
Yeah.
Realized that the kicks were landing on the music loop changes, and from there I felt like this may be a fun way to make the music dynamic by changing the music clip each time you kick through a door into a new room. Each song in Angerfoot
that's
is
an
made
interesting
up
technique.
of one idle loop and 4 to 5 action loops. All of these elements are playing at the same time.
You got all his non-chill
but
out of his
only one
system
them will have
working,
their
you're
volume turned
right.
up. The rest volumes will all be turned down, but playing
Has a bit of
at the
a
same
Bob
time,
Ross
as
used to
if
be
keeping
drill
things
instructor.
musically.
Yeah.
Action loops are
Yeah.
the beat of the song. They're like the song verses. They play when you've just kicked through a door into a room full of enemies. Each time you kick through a subsequent door or go through the next room, the music loop will change between one of those 4 or 5 action loops, and it will keep cycling through, creating like a dynamic playlist essentially.
It's like
of
how
that
Junji
song.
Ito
When
is
you've
a
cleared
cutesy
the room of
sweetheart
the
type
enemies
person, but
and
his work is
you
mind-fucking
walk
horror.
around the room,
Yeah, well,
get into
Hayao
the next
Miyazaki
door to
is
kick.
apparently a bit
The
of a
action music will fade out into
angry person.
Did you see the
idle loop is essentially
Hayao
always playing
Miyazaki
underneath
mental health
everything.
grid I put in on
It's
memes
a
a lot.
subdued loop with a low
Yeah,
energy.
I did.
It can be a variation of the action loops, or just a simple kick drum or bass
You know,
line. Most of the time,
Angerfoot's the kind of game title that I expect Rock Paper Shotgun to make an article about, featuring nothing but the title.
This is weird diegetic
Yes.
separation of
You know, like they did
the
for
music's in the
Warframe.
world, but then it's kind of in your ears.
Best piece of
and then
game
it's like
journalism
in your
ever.
veins.
Yeah.
It doesn't even make sense. It's Angerfoot.
No, not
It just feels
Warframe,
cool.
Warface.
From a game
Warface, sorry.
design perspective, it helps
right.
players know when they've
It was
cleared
just
a room,
Warface,
no
Warface,
enemies
Warface,
left.
Warface.
But musically, it helps create the impact.
The
when you
comments
go
on
into
that
a room.
one.
If the frantic action
Oh, I never saw the
is
comments.
playing all the time.
Yeah, there's one that goes war to face, war directly to face.
There was one. There's nothing trying to kill you.
Do
so
not
it's best
collect
to just
face.
Clear the room, fade out into the sort of more
It's
subdued.
brilliant.
Something that's
Wait,
not
Warface
moving
was
you
made by
forward much.
Crytek?
So as long as you're kicking
Yeah.
enemies and
It had the
progressing through
tagline,
a level
"Modern
that
shooters are
relatively
so
fast-paced,
complicated."
The music will accommodate that action. The idle loops are intentionally monotone or lacking melody. It's so that when you switch to an
I
action
had
track,
no
the melody
idea.
within that track might start halfway through because all of the loops are playing at the same time.
News,
But the
how is
volume's
it
only
still called
changing at that
Warface?
moment when you kick through the door, so it could be at any moment in the song. It won't
Yeah,
necessarily
and
be
they
on
also
time
did it
with
for
the beats of the
Space
song.
Hulk,
So the idle
which is
track
one of
kind
the
hides
Warhammer
how many
turn-based
being
games.
played or how many kick drums have played, so your brain thinks.
I mean, that one's a
oh,
little
that was the
unfair,
right
'cause
time
Space
for the
Hulk
music to come.
is
It also means it can start halfway through
a
melody
game
in an
that
action
exists.
loop
It's a
and not
board
sound
game?
So jarring
Hold on,
because it didn't
did they
go from
infringe
one
on Serious
melody to
Sam's
another one
copyright?
halfway through. There are some exceptions, but for the most part, that
Have an enemy
system
with a
works.
bomb for a head.
well. Because the loops are triggered at any time.
I mean, Serious Sam had enemies with bombs for
energy
hands. And
that's right. They were headless and they had bombs for hands.
To sustain their energy.
Yeah, but the Serious Sam 2, the Forgotten one, I think they have bomb hands.
It's halfway through the loop. There's no like drop in energy. It's full pace energy until you've killed everyone in the room. There's a tone in music called the shepherd's tone, which
shepherd's tone.
It's like a scale ascending and descending at the same time.
Yeah, the Mario staircase thing.
The illusion that it's infinitely rising. As you can hear in this example, the note will rise forever. It feels like it. So you can sit here and
that's a really smart idea for leading up to a door like that.
Feel like it's on the drop.
That is smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's very cool.
This was the first song made for Angerfoot.
Because a lot of the time, shepherd tones are used to sort of give you an anxiety, but in this case, you are getting psyched up for something exciting.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a really good
use of it. What's anticipation but anxiety that's released?
So
eventually,
something that's a common theme in the Angerfoot music is rising notes. So an example would be these three sections here. I guess you could call them parts. These would be exported as loops. Get the picture. So I've got this little rising note here. I mean, it sounds terrible on its own, but without it, doesn't feel like you're moving forward, or like it feels like it wants to pull you forward. It feels like you're kind of just stationary. But you add this in, gives you an anticipation, like something's gonna happen. Same example here. Kind of like there's nothing going on. You can like wait.
I think my brother-in-law would really love this music.
It's an exception. There's no rising note here, but it's a bit of like
big fan of the heavy bass, the heavy kick drum.
Yeah. It's never really been my thing. I'm more of a guitar guy. I think I've mentioned that before.
Yeah.
Those quick rises also add a lot of energy.
I don't mind me a good synth.
Take those out.
Yeah, but I mean, on the other hand, it really works for a game like this, I think, where you really just need to drive.
Yeah, really driving, really purposeful as well. Hey, welcome in, Sarge T.
Hey, Sarge.
Yeah, get the picture. The action gameplay can be incredibly fatiguing to listen to for a long period of time. I think people's stress levels
that was the issue I had
playing this game as well. So I believe it's the result.
The
of
other game that's like this.
There needed to be some moments of rest for the players' ears and their ears. Think about shitty,
like Turbo Overkill.
Lo-fi beats with a sinister feel felt right. And it's also
I didn't have that much of a problem with Turbo Overkill.
Making on a personal level.
Mullet Jack was always on all the time because each level is like 6 seconds long.
Yeah, it's a speedrunning thing. I mean, Turbo Overkill is great. I think it drags a bit long.
They felt fitting in terms of a sound palette. And although using this approach
I'm releasing my demons.
per gang, per region,
sounds like you.
Even in the gameplay action loops, we ended up just keeping the music quite random. There's obviously certain moments where it's locked in and curated, but for the most part, the music will play any song at any given time, and it could have been intentionally for the debauchery region, but it was like played in the trash region, so everything shared a similar vibe, but you can tell there's elements of specific gangs in some of the songs. That's it. I hope this was insightful and helpful to anyone, and if you played Angerfoot, thank you, and I hope you had fun. Thank you for watching.
Hey, Sir Khalid.
Hey, welcome in, Sir Khalid.
Hi everyone, I'm Mehmet. We are super excited to be part of Save and Sound 2024 with cast of Alchemists. To give you a bit of background, Alchemists is a game that I developed entirely with my friend Halil, and it's our very first project.
So the
When we
prologue
started,
version of this
I
is
was
free
mainly focused
and
on
has
coding a game
86
design,
very positive
but one day
reviews.
Halil asked, "You used to play guitar, right?
And it's a
Could
tower
you
defense
also handle
slash
the music?"
action RPG
I
hybrid.
paused for a second and said,
Honestly,
"Absolutely, I can do
that
that."
sounds cool.
Yeah.
As it turns out, our Path to version 1.0
I like the graphics.
now includes
I like the
composing
pixel art
17
style.
tracks and
It's
creating
nice.
a bunch of sound
Reminds me
effects.
of Enter the Gungeon
It's
a
been
little
an
bit.
exciting journey, and getting accepted into Silent Sound with this work means the world to us. So,
It's in early
here is
access,
our
by the
game,
way.
Alchemists, along with its music.
It's always weird what kind of game people would go to a heavy guitar for.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess because it's got guns in it, then that sort of leans it slightly more towards.
Yeah, the more guns it has, the more metal it is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, look at Doom.
Yeah.
That seems pretty
like
neat.
That choir sound? Those vocals? Kind of like the church organ vibe.
Ooh, you seem to get attacked by your own things as well, which is interesting.
So this looks like top-down orcs must die.
Yeah. Or maybe you don't get attacked by your own things, so I might be missing that. Or misreading it.
Or maybe some traps you do, some traps you don't, or there's a modifier, or...
Yeah, that's true.
Not sure if it's a roguelite or not.
The tags do have roguelike on it.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of always the big question with indie games. Is it roguelite or not? Is it pixel art? Is it low polygon? Is it roguelite? Is it not? Those are the four genders of indie game.
This looks neat. I'm going to put a follow down on this. See how it progresses as it goes on.
I'm going to try the demo.
Oh, I like that really throaty, deep voice. It's almost like, what is it, the throat singing?
The Mongolian...
Yeah.
Mongolian throat singing.
Yeah. Ululating away. It's really nice.
And you know, that's not the first time I've heard that. There's a American Mongolian, or there was an American Mongolian band called Tengar Cavalry who did that, like metal sounds with Mongolian throat singing.
Oh, that
was great.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put it in the Discord. Oh, is this a Turkish game? Like the name looks like it, the composer.
Oh yeah.
Okay, the next one's either pretty bloody or it's a speedrunning game about making bells or mining.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a Turkish game. Game company. Nice. So yeah, up next is RUNGORE.
Electronic bangers for a banger game. Okay. Developer Your Mom's HP.
And sound designer. Welcome to the world of RUNGORE, where you play cards at a frenetic pace to survive in a dire
Mate, my mom's not even hit her final form yet.
Heroes, and big building stuff. As you can see with the gameplay, the game is
There's
heavy,
an NFT
dark,
joke.
and full of amazing pixel art. We will dive in how did we make the soundtrack for a game, going from dynamic music concepts
So, Slay the Spire
hands-on,
style, it looks
how
like
to do
gameplay-wise?
electronic bangers for games.
Kind
Let's go.
of, but real time.
Oh yeah.
When the devs came to me for the music, they had a really strong idea of what the music would be. You could say I was instantly hyped for
Okay,
it.
the description does have
The
me
game being
interested.
a game
Have you
that
ever dreamt
is
about a world where you
bits
don't need to
of
follow
cooking,
arbitrary
I needed-
rules of your favorite card
We
game?
needed the soundtrack to dynamically
Hell
change,
yeah.
so the player did not have to think while hearing super heavy stuff non-stop. We will go through some of the way we created the dynamic music for the game. With
Have you ever wanted to play 100 cards during one encounter? Well, now you can. Have fun.
I mean, I have done that in Slay the Spire. I've run a Shiv deck, so.
There is the fight mode.
Features,
where our players
psychopathic
play their
tutorial
cards,
guide.
And there is the sinking mode.
Grind their bones
where
to
they
dust.
need
More
to
blood for the blood
organize their
god.
cards and think
Okay,
about
tutorial
what they
guide.
will do
I'll
in the
do it
next
for you.
fight section. We wanted the soundtrack to have different vibes depending on what type of gameplay
Yeah, above in the
player was
screenshot, there's a
confronted
joke.
to. So the
NFT merchant
soundtrack
tries to
wasn't
bribe
really-
you into
Here
investing.
is the fight mode, a classical version of the track, basically.
It's
It
a
looks
weird
And
mix.
here is the sinking
Like
mode.
you've got
Calmer,
Lovecraftian
dark
monsters,
nonsense.
you've got some kind of paladin, you've got some kind of cowboy looking dude with a shotgun. And
Yeah.
then you have electronic music. It's a weird mix.
Yeah, it's eclectic. I kind of digging it. I might put that one on the.
Something to take in mind is that each level had
Put that one
different
on the wish
floors
list.
and boss fights. So on top of this layering, we wanted to make the soundtrack
Oh, and there's a
more
demo.
and more intense
I'll add that
as
to
the
the library.
levels went on and each boss fights became more and more difficult. So we added these
Yeah,
layers and layers.
I think
of
you could
tiny
basically do
details.
Nick Attempts
Here
with
is
the
difference
demos
between
from
the
this.
first floor and
Yeah,
the last
probably
floor
good,
boss
to be
fight.
honest.
Got some good whoops in the sound.
I'm digging the music. I like it.
Last but not least, before the fight happens in a game, there is a little transition where the player can think about what they are going to do before the fight starts. A fade in and out would not have been enough for this, since the timing is a bit longer, so we choose to add a transition layer that sounds like this.
You love the sound waves. They're so loud that they're basically covering the whole lanes.
Now that you know about what were the limitations we had and the ideas that we found,
You feel the weight
let's
of your
talk about the
sins
weird
on your
stuff.
shoulders. Probably just armor.
Usually, when I was starting to work on a song for
That's actually a funny joke. Not just a meme.
The devs, in their kindness and love, were super helpful and always answered my weird questions about the game. Gave me keywords, gave me artwork, gave me anything I asked.
Sewers are done. You're
So
filled with
I always
realization that
had
there
the
are other
best
smells in
skills
this
on what
world.
levels to pick. This was super helpful
Little
to make the
Undertale
best
reference as
content
well.
for the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's dive in. How to start a
I
song
mean,
for
of
fun.
course, funny
Since we are
games
making
are always
heavy
hit or
electronic
miss.
music, the name of the game will be
yeah.
I find myself using this preset for this track. Doesn't sound heavy enough, doesn't it? Let's make it. All the details like this little delay in this massive preset will now be crushed and make it so it is heavy to a crisp like I like it. I can then find some groove that I like. For me, groove is super important for electronic music. I don't know, something like this?
And this would also work for a boomer shooter.
It would.
Then I found
It
some
would
drums
absolutely.
in my drum bag.
Like this is what Doom could have sounded like back in the day.
and make them saturated enough.
If it
and
hadn't
snap
been
them
massive
to base
metal
with the
heads.
sidechain.
Yeah. It feels almost like a Unreal Tournament UT99 soundtrack.
Yeah. Oh, that was a
Last
great
touch.
soundtrack. I love Alexander
I
Brown.
recorded myself doing some chattering, some
So
voices, and added some effects that made it fit more to this.
He also
scene.
did
And with this
Deus Ex and
with real
Tyrion.
people and
Yeah,
real stuff happening.
great work. Also, kind of sounds a
here
bit
you have
like
it.
that
The
egg
first
game
floor of the
Talia
fighting
played,
song
Neon
for this
Abyss.
level.
Oh yeah.
But how about the next floor?
Yeah, I'm
and the boss
seeing
fights.
it.
Let's
I don't know
add some
who
layers
did
to this.
Who did Neon
Melody.
Abyss music?
Someone named Min Hay from Los Angeles.
Fast keys.
Hey, what else have you composed? Hey.
And here you go.
Neon Abyss, The Sims 4, and the 3-Body Problem animation original soundtrack. So, not a lot.
League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics.
After making this simple, I usually try to work on the thinking part of the song, calmer. I will add my chattering again, keep the bass line but less processed, cleaner, smoother.
Okay, what has Zaku
and
done?
add some less heavy drums and maybe even EQ them so that
It's
they
kind of
feel
impressive
laid back.
how many, like, I don't want to say small time, but how many musicians who haven't got that many projects on them are doing some, like, really big, really impressive music in some of these games.
I
like,
then add some newer details that you could not find in the other levels.
Yeah, I think
like those
indie
weird
games
choirs.
is a good place to find your break as a composer.
True, yeah.
Then try to find a second wind to the loop by adding the melody that we can hear in the latter levels and the boss fight song.
Zaku has done RUNGORE and Miami Lane. Matcha Love, Dreamland. And then a couple of albums of their own, I think.
And voila, here you have a heavy track.
Appears to be
RUNGORE
into
soundtrack.
anime.
I hope you enjoyed this little breakdown of how I made the music for this amazing game that is RUNGORE. Now go play the game.
Kill the music. Oh, that sounds rad already. Hell yes. I think I've seen this somewhere. I can't remember where. Wow, this has a hell of a menu system. This has a real, like, Persona-style menu system. Indie games, you do not need to be putting that kind of effort in.
Yeah, this is a real aesthetic sort of game where they really put a lot of effort into making it look like nothing else.
The Persona devs themselves have gone on record about how much they hate making menus. God, that looks really nice though. The link in chat. There's a demo.
Okay, so in terms of gameplay, is this a kind of Empire Survivor style thing, or?
Seems kind of, yeah, seems similar to that, looking at it. Yeah, like a Vampire Survivors where if you press stuff to the beat of the music, you do extra damage, I think.
Yeah, sort of. And yeah, it really does look kind of like what if Supergiant made Persona.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, it's their early alpha demo that's out at the moment, and it came out yesterday.
I really think what if X made Y or met Y is a bit of a cheat code when describing art.
Yeah. But it does
I recently described Sleep Token as what if Deftones had listened to a trap song once. Which is completely unfair and yet not entirely untrue. This is kind of a bit funkier than you'd expect from a solo guitar song like that.
This is very, like, late 2000s Japanese game music.
Yeah, a bit of the final song of Undertale True Pacifist Run.
I'm seeing like a Sonic game, or like a relatively modern JRPG sort of style, like as in one set in modern times. Something like a Persona, or I could even see it in something like Yakuza, to be honest.
Yeah, but kind of in the climax.
Oh yeah.
Like this is boss fight music.
Yeah, absolutely. BDS is very anime soundtrack. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Absolutely.
But it's an interesting mix because usually in these things the guitar is just screaming loud, and here I can actually make out the bass.
Yeah, it lets that funk through a little bit more, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's neat.
Okay, Pon Poko in the Distance, this artist, is a music project which combines the sounds of Japanese electronica with shoegaze, breakcore, and post-rock.
The indiest thing I've ever heard.
And they are non-binary.
I don't think they're holding the guitar upside down. Oh, it probably is a mirrored camera. Most cameras are mirrored. Just automatically.
I mean, Hendrix famously played a right-handed guitar left-handed.
Fair point, yeah. That was pretty rad. Dwarf Fortress next. We're going full acoustic time.
Yeah, there's a good groove in this.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah. I really like the art style as well. I think that's rad. It's got a nice like punk music poster sort of vibe.
Yeah. And the music's not just guitar.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandra Orlando, and I'm the community manager at Kitfox Games, the publisher of Dwarf Fortress. And I'm here with Dabu, the composer of the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, to go over some cool facts and some interesting in-depth stuff about the soundtrack. For those of you who don't know, Dwarf Fortress is a simulation game where you
love a bit of Dwarf Fortress,
manage your group of dwarves to survive in a hostile wilderness.
We
there
know.
are two different modes of Dwarf Fortress. Fortress mode, where it's more of a base builder, simulation management type game, and adventure mode, which is more of the roguelike RPG. And both those modes have their own soundtrack.
Oh god, have they released adventure mode?
So, Dabu, let's just get right into
on
it.
The Steam version.
What is the difference between the Fortress mode soundtrack and the adventure mode soundtrack?
Yeah, I think it was important to make them distinct from each other, especially because of how different the gameplay is. And so we went with the newer soundtrack. The adventure mode soundtrack has a lot more low end.
Specifically, the game was not called Dwarf Fortress at that point. It was
movement, energy, clapping. It's just fun,
and
adventure a lot more fun overall. Whereas the first soundtrack was a little bit thinner,
they made a game where you
could
run your own fortress, and that just took off.
More depressing to go along with the depressing things that inevitably happen to your dwarves.
Part
it's
of
very
the full title?
Pretty much.
Yeah, not on the Steam
one of those
version,
examples
but
to make it sound
like on the main
more
website,
rowdy, more movement, was adding a lot of clapping. People think that they're like castanettas or flamenco stuff, but it's mostly just me in my bedroom clapping over and over again, trying to make it sound like it's a big
I'm
group
gonna
of
be
people,
right back.
and I can kind of show you what that sounds like. So this song is called Beyond the Gates.
Dwarf Fortress is, in my opinion, one of the best games of all time.
Without us soloing anything for now.
What a game. The new soundtrack is just banging.
So yeah, those are the claps. And if we just solo these claps, they're just individual. It's very simple. Just don't sound very good. And if you remove the effects from that, it sounds even more like me sitting.
Yeah, that is literally, just you clapping. Yeah.
That's kind of amazing.
As we layer them.
Like how they're able to take such a simple sound and...
So yeah, by adding more variation, more volume to some, clapping a little harder, a little softer, and then adding a bunch of effects and reverb, it gives this impression that there's a big group of people clapping. And I had the privilege of being able to clap a group of people in the Middle East that did these singular claps, and it really sold the idea of a larger group of people. And so that, coupled with the first soundtrack.
Oh, I like that emote.
Or the first
Surge.
recordings of clapping.
Sarge, not Surge, sorry.
Kind of fake it into being a bigger group. That was one thing we wanted to consider, and to add a lot of movement. But another thing that we added into the game was called the stem jukebox, and it allows the game to kind of pick and choose what stems it wants to play. And that way players don't hear the song the same way twice, and different players have different experiences. So the song jukebox system could choose to, for example, play the claps and the drums on their own for a bit. I can choose to do the main guitar. Alternatively, it could have chosen something different, so some other player might get the drums and the claps with the accent guitar.
I'm just going to turn it down just a little. It's just slightly peaking. It's just because of the upward compressor I have. My bad.
And there's a lot of combinations there, right? Like I could have just chosen to do pads and guitar rather than having the drums kick in.
Yeah, totally. Without the clapping at all, yeah.
And that's another difference with like why the structure is different in adventure mode, was to allow for this system to work. If we had taken the old system or the old songs, it wouldn't have worked as well. So yeah, that's a little bit of the differences there. There's also a new kind of tavern song, which was a fan favorite on the first soundtrack. So we wanted to keep a second tavern song, but have it be a lot more rowdy to fit adventure mode. And I can show you a little bit about that. So this is Sisters of War, and the idea was we have basically the fictional band in the game, which is myself and Simone. We are the Crow Skulls, and we perform around the Dwarf Fortress world, right? Our first performance was in the tavern in Fortress mode, and that was Drink and Industry. And our second performance, we were invited to a castle of mostly female soldiers. A very intimidating place to perform, but we did our best, and we really had to sell that vibe that, you know, we're in a intimidating castle and there's a lot of people in here. And I would have loved to record a real choir, or record, you know, a group of people and give them like directions, but unfortunately, timing wise, it didn't work out. Budget wise, didn't work out, and so we had to fake almost all of it. You'll notice that a lot of these tracks say replace, but we did not. And I am partly the female sergeant that yells out these things, so you can hear that this is like pitched up and me trying to make my best impression.
Jusant fuzzies!
And then I stacked another one.
Jusant fuzzies!
Just to make it sound a little bit better. And we weren't satisfied with that, so we asked Simone's partner to do a third take, which is the loudest take, and is stacked on top.
Jusant fuzzies!
So originally this was just supposed to be replaced with something because we had this sample playing. And since we never replaced it, I found that the E of the end of this matched with the E of Jusant Fazis. If you're wondering, it means hail the melody. Yeah. And the idea there is that it's a call of approval from the sergeant. And I think about it a little bit like a mob boss laughing at a joke, and it allows everyone else to kind of like be like, oh, okay, it's cool to laugh. And they all join in after that sergeant's.
Yeah, then the song begins proper, yeah.
Exactly. Like in the beginning, it's just vocals of silence, vocals followed by silence.
You know, Dwarf Fortress is just the most game ever made.
But once you get the hail the beauty or hail the melody.
I think it's well known at this point that the patch notes for it are amazing.
Kind of join in.
Oh yeah.
So that, coupled with all the stomps and stuff, were all samples that we had to either record or find, and you can kind of hear some of these.
So you're clapping in your room by yourself, you're stomping in your room by yourself. This is just a whole lot of rowdiness.
That's my luggage.
Didn't cats used to get drunk?
Yeah,
so they
just
lick
adding
dwarfs'
more and
feet.
more layers, and then I found
they lick their
this,
own feet. They would
cool,
walk
like,
in
Japanese
a
sample,
spilled puddle of alcohol, get alcohol on their feet, drink it, and then die.
And doing this kind of
from alcohol poisoning.
I don't know, some sort of game.
You know, it really is the sort of game that you'd expect a mathematician to make
and sound like the soldiers chanting something.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so there's like a call and response section which allows them to kind of join in, and you get this whole. But yeah, that's kind of a little sneak peek into how these things work, and just how we try to make the soundtracks quite different. There's a lot more involvement in the second soundtrack so that it really sells that adventure mode vibe, which is a lot more fast paced and fun rather than that kind of slower paced fortress mode. The music took a little bit of a backseat. Here it's a kind of in your face. So yeah, those are some of the differences between the fortress mode soundtrack and the adventure mode soundtrack.
So they've really gone with the dwarves are claps and stomps.
Soundtracks. They're on sale right now on Steam as part of the festival. Where can people find out more about your music, Dabu?
Anywhere you can think of. So YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, Bandcamp. We also have the first vinyl for the first Fortress Mode soundtrack on sale through Fangamer. Yeah, I'm also on Instagram, on Twitter. Chef Dabu is usually my handle everywhere, but you can just search Dabu on YouTube. That's probably our most active community.
And we're back!
Oh, he's done
Angry
Goodbye
Food,
Volcano
Castle of
High as well.
Alchemists and RUNGORE have a sale going on, and Kill the Music has a demo, and Dwarf Fortress is available for purchase.
That sounds like a visual novel.
Well, next up, we
It
have
is.
American
It's about
Arcadia,
dinosaurs,
a
I
wonderful
think.
70s story of reality turned reality TV.
In Dinosaur High School.
Absolute horror. The game's composer
coming
will
of
go into
age
the process
as
of creating the OST and
an
orchestral
asteroid threatens
performances.
to wipe them all out.
Afterwards, we'll check out Jusant,
Okay.
the indie crime
You know,
game
I love
with a
how
beautiful
wild visual
piano
novels go with the premise. I
Then
just wish I
Symphonia will
loved
be
playing
sharing,
them as much.
an orchestral deep dive with us. And after that, we'll have Bits and Bops, who will be showcasing a sick performance of some of the game's OST. And we'll finish this block with Tavern Keeper, a fantasy tavern building sim with a lovely little deep dive into the game's audio. See you later.
Hello, my name is Eduardo de la Iglesia, musical composer
American
and
Arcadia.
audio designer for the game American Arcadia. This game takes place in a fictitious 70s setting, and it's about Trevor Hills, an uninteresting citizen who leads a boring existence. Trevor has no idea, however, that every aspect
That's
of
a
his life
mustache.
is being broadcast 24/7. One day, he finds out that his friend Gus has apparently won an Edge Travel grant, which Trevor finds unusual since he believes his friend would never been interested in that. In the days that follow, he begins to see images on a TV screen at work that warn him he has to get out of there. He also hears a chorus from a song telling him, "They're lying to you," or "Don't be a fool."
Hey, I'm still working here.
The person responsible for this
That's
is Angela
smart.
Solano, a stagehand on
So
the
I'm getting
American
kind of
Arcadia
a
show.
Truman
who,
Show
knowing
vibe from
that
it.
The next person to
Yeah,
win a
the
trip
last
will be
line of
Trevor,
the
has
Steam
decided
store
to do
description
whatever it
is
takes to
experience the
help him
extraordinary
escape.
story of
All the
Trevor,
music in American
an average
Arcadia
man escaping from
revolves
the world's
around
most
4
popular
note
reality
jingle,
TV
which
show.
is present in
Yeah,
almost all the
okay,
songs of the game's score.
nice.
This is the jingle.
It's a cinematic
We can
platformer,
hear it
so
in stealth
Heart of
themes.
Darkness, Flashback, that
Their
kind of
logos
thing.
are everywhere. Car brands, computer manufacturers.
Action music in the American Arcadia context song, even when the ads are played in the office where Trevor works.
My fellow citizens.
There are many different musical themes in the soundtrack, so I will summarize them in blocks. First, we have the musical themes like those vintage ads Walt Disney created, where Elijah Walton tries to sell us the benefits of Arcadia. One example is the
featuring
first
Yuri
ad that
Lowenthal.
appears in the game, with Elijah telling us his dream. The
I
four
know that
notes
name.
are
Spider-Man?
already there,
Yeah, Spider-Man.
hidden somewhere.
Looks like a city from outer space.
Not quite. Arcadia is indeed a city, but it would be built right here in America.
Golly.
Picture a city of dreams and hopes for the young and old alike, where technology and science go
Spider-Man,
hand in
Ben
hand.
10,
Then
Prince of
there's the
Persia,
theme of American
Saints
Arcadia
Row.
itself, which includes at the end the 4 notes of
That
the
is
game.
that's a
Then
lot of big
there's the
feathers in this
incidental
camp,
music
yeah.
heard within the game, like for example when a band plays the popular song "Don't Be a Fool," the music of the shopping center, at the hotel, even inside the elevator. Another block includes the musical themes of the characters. Angela has her own theme. Marcus Javert is another character whose theme is related to the jingle, 4 Notes 2. It's a variation because it belongs to the same universe as himself. You can hear it wherever he chases you or when he's carrying out a loyalty test on you.
If you'll excuse me, I have a few questions to ask.
Of course, yeah, no problem.
Who are you talking to?
Miss Solano.
We then have Trevor's own theme, which he plays on the piano in a very emotional scene. This is a jazz-inspired piece that reflects the sorrow he feels at the moment. We also have intense orchestral action themes, clearly inspired by John Williams and Jerry Goldsmith, where you have to run for your life.
Yeah, that's some classic
One of the
film
blocks
score.
has themes played when Trevor enters a virtual world. The melodies are inspired by the extraordinary place he visits, like a video game, where we can hear the theme of Trevor's initial feeling, but in 8 beats.
This is cute.
We can listen an
Yeah,
Indie version of
I don't know why I haven't
Fool.
put this one on my wish list before. So I'd heard really good things about it.
I'm on a rainbow road. Where are you guiding me? Angela Guardiana.
Rainbow Road, and they're doing the
Dark and
sitar,
oppressive scene where the
Beatlesy
laws
kind
of
of thing.
physics go crazy.
Nice. This has inside vibes.
Finally, we have the
did
song
you hear
Don't
that?
Be a Fool.
The music
The casting
reversed.
for this voice was done with a particular song
when the pipe
by
went in
Diana
front of the
Ross,
camera.
I Ain't Been Licked. We actually
It's a nice
wanted to
little
use
touch.
this song at first, but couldn't because of budget constraints. I therefore had to compose something similar and had Kira da Costa, a Broadway singer with a beautiful voice, perform it. Because the theme is ambitious, we hired the strings and metal sections of the Bratislava Orchestra, which were conducted by John Martorell. On bass, Charlie Moreno. On drums, Tommy Mateos. I play guitar and keyboards. Veronica Rodriguez sings backing vocals. And the lyrics are very important because this is the way Angela communicates with Trevor initially, via fragments of the song. Alfredo González Barros Gamba, writer and designer of the game, created lyrics according to the needs of the gameplay. And this is how it sounds.
This is a bit disco Motown kind of thing.
Yeah, this is great.
That's a good voice.
Yeah, yeah.
I like a song that's just blatantly on the nose in the lyrics.
Yeah, this is a bop. Yeah, that's awesome.
And I think bop's the right word too. Like, it's not a banger, it's a bop.
Jusant. Journey by way of Don't Nod. As in, it was made by Don't Nod. The developers behind things like Life is Strange and other such games. I think they did Lost Records as well, which was their... I don't know if it's come out yet. Their sort of spiritual successor to Life is Strange.
They also did Tell Me Why and The Awesome Adventures of Captain Spirit and Vampire.
They did Vampire. Oh, an icky like. What is glass but tortured sand? The game.
I mean, is it Vampire or is it Vampwire?
I think it's pronounced Vampire. Just the same as, but I think everyone who plays it calls it Vampire or Vamper, just to mock it slightly. It wasn't like a terrible game, but it wasn't great either. Jusant is meant to be really good.
Yeah, apparently it didn't sell well.
No, I guess it's a hard sell, this kind of game. Especially when Journey already exists, but I feel like this is sufficiently different from Journey. Like, there's a greater focus on climbing mechanics and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've been interested in it for a while, actually.
I think it's a neat looking game, and the graphics are beautiful as well. It's one of those games to really drink in. It was on last month's Humble Choice as such. Nice. So, if anyone's got a Humble Choice. Well, you're too late.
I mean, if you had it last month, I think you can still pick it up.
Oh, right, okay. That's good. I've never used Humble Choice. I have enough games already without getting like 10 a month. Definitely a very different vibe to Don't Nod's normal repertoire.
Yeah, I like when developers branch out.
Absolutely. It's a lovely piano track. It's the kind that you can just sort of close your eyes to and just go like...
Yeah,
really
this is dreaming music, yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like Ludovico Einaudi if it wasn't the Andrea Yo piano music.
trying to remember, was Andre Ryu the one who was turned out to be a sex pest? Or was there someone else?
I don't think so. Like, he's the Dutch violinist who always does these big, flashy shows where they play classical pieces for
composer.
like two minutes a bit, and just the well-known melodies.
Ah, I see.
Like, that's the beef that musicians have with him. He doesn't ever play entire pieces, just enough that you know them, you notice the melody and go, I know that song, and then kind of like only playing trailers.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Hot take, a lot of classical music is just too long. Like, just do the good bit only, and then leave.
I mean, there are things that really need some time to breathe. Like, I'm a known prog rock enjoyer, so of course I'd say that. But yeah, there's a bunch of classical music that's kind of overrated.
I think it's just because we've changed how we listen to music. Like, you know, one piece of classical music would have been a good quarter of an entire concert, you know, and sometimes even the whole thing. Like in the case of something like the Planet Suite or something like that, you know, you're looking at that's the whole concert.
The Planet Suites, isn't that like half an hour?
Yeah. Oh, wait, isn't it? I thought it was longer than that, but I don't know. I might be misremembering. Because I've only ever heard chunks of it. Because no one ever plays the whole thing, because that's just not how we listen to music anymore. It's a 7-movement orchestral suite. And how long is it?
Oh, the Symphony Orchestra played it and it took 54 minutes. So yeah, that's a short concert, half a long one.
Such as too hard of a take. That's what I'm known for here, my terrible takes on music.
On the other hand, without the planets, you literally would not have Black Sabbath.
True.
Like, this isn't even conjecture, they said it right out. They ripped riffs right from Mars Bringer of War.
I think a bunch of video game music has done the same. I can't remember which ones. I know Talia has a list. But I can't remember personally. But yeah, I think probably the Planet Suite is the most, I suppose, influential for other musicians piece of classical music. I mean, maybe a bit of, I don't know, maybe like a bit of Beethoven occasionally or something like that. But I feel like the Planet Suite is the one where you can hear it in other people's. Like John Williams, I think, is heavily influenced by one of the planets for Star Wars and stuff like that.
I mean, it could be. I can hear that.
I have vague memories of Talia telling me this, and I cannot remember what the exact facts are.
Damn, imagine if Talia was here. Someone would know things. Yeah, but I always thought the New World Symphony by Dvorak sounded like the Batman animated series theme.
Kind of see that, yeah. And there is famously the Metal Gear Solid one, which was so much of a rip-off of a piece of Russian classical music that they literally had to change the theme later on. Got someone else to do it. This is a nice playful bit of piano. It's so light.
I guess that works for when you're trying to be light and then climb up.
Currently the gameplay is the ultimate Meccano set.
Okay, the Metal Gear, the composer they allegedly ripped off for Metal Gear was Georgy Sviridov.
Yeah, if you listen to the comparison, it's really similar as well. Like,
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put too much stock into these line-by-line comparisons. You can hear musicians talk about that. They always have like Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Heaven is just a rip-off off, and Ed Sheeran is just a rip-off off, and then Taylor Swift, and they're all being sued for constantly by now. Taylor Swift actually was forced to put Right Said Fred as composers on one of her songs. Like, list them as co-writers.
okay. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really agree with the idea that you can rip off music that much unless you're literally copying the notes. Like, every note.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Olivier Esman et j'ai travaillé comme compositeur.
I don't know, there's only so many notes.
Symphonia. Symphonia, c'est un jeu de plateforme en 2D dans lequel
but like that's literally what musicians are saying. Like I could link an Adam Neely video when he talks about that.
Il va voyager dans différents quartiers, les différents quartiers du monde de Symphonia, qui sont chacun inspirés d'une famille d'instruments.
That's the person who said repetition legitimizes.
Oh, right, yeah.
On a été deux compositeurs principaux sur ce projet, l'autre étant Alexandre Bucca français, et ensemble on a façonné la direction artistique du projet. On a notamment passé pas mal de temps à discuter de la personnalité qu'on voulait donner à chaque niveau et la manière dont on allait la transmettre aux joueurs. L'idée c'était de créer quelque chose d'unique, avec des références très différentes entre chaque niveau et parfois même entre les
indie game music specifically.
Yeah, I'm learning it now by seeing just how many indie game musicians there are coming from France.
Une fois qu'on s'est fixé des références, on s'est réparti les compositions et on a fait beaucoup d'allers-retours jusqu'à ce qu'on trouve l'équilibre qu'on recherchait. En fin de compte, on se complétait bien. Lui était plus sensible aux éléments mélodiques et harmoniques, là où moi j'aimais plus créer des textures avec l'orchestre.
I think it's more passively violent than actively on the player's part.
The art style looks incredible as well.
On a donc beaucoup discuté sur la symbolique des différentes familles d'instruments orchestraux, ce qui nous évoquait, ce qui représentait pour chacun d'entre nous.
It's been a while since I've played a puzzle platformer. Like they used to be all the rage about 10 years ago.
Une ambiance, une personnalité de personnage, des références musicales à utiliser, des différents éléments de décor, différentes briques de gameplay, etc.
Oh well, put it on my hard drive.
Nous inspire un univers plein d'émotions, assez drôles, déjanté, un peu moqueur, imprévisible, léger, délicat. Et à partir de ce ressenti, nous avons pensé qu'un environnement de forêt correspondait bien à ce niveau, avec des fleurs pour la légèreté, beaucoup de vent pour rappeler la famille d'instruments, un personnage taquin, spontané, et une partie du niveau beaucoup plus fanée qui symbolise aussi la tourmente de ce personnage. On a donc essayé de mettre toute la symbolique qu'on en avait dégagée dans nos décisions. D'ailleurs, nos références musicales en découlent directement. L'idée, c'était de mettre à l'honneur la famille d'instruments en question en l'utilisant beaucoup et de plein de manières différentes dans les compositions.
I mean, this is almost Celeste.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very Celeste.
Yeah, attack bouncing off of things.
Yeah. I mean, I loved Celeste. I still haven't finished chapter 7, the first one post-credits, but and I'm never going to finish the last one.
Ça remettait en question notre méthode de travail, ça imposait de nouvelles contraintes, ça représentait un coût évidemment et un gros risque parce qu'on n'allait pas maîtriser le rendu final de la même manière et de manière aussi précise qu'on l'avait fait jusque-là. Et d'un autre côté, ça allait donner une vie, une personnalité unique à notre niveau.
I'm just not into ultra precision platformers.
I mean, it would work for me that the game's really encouraging up to the end of the regular story. After that, it's gloves off and let's see what you can do. But until then, it really wants you to succeed.
That is nice. I think that would help. I think it's probably still just too much for me personally. But it is a very good game. It's very well made. I can see why people love it. It's just not the genre for me.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, bloody brilliant music, great composer. I managed to sneak a reference to her into technical documentation.
Et franchement, nous sommes très contents d'avoir pu travailler avec eux. C'était vraiment une chance. Dès que nous avons su que les musiques allaient être
how to write your own prompt document,
anticiper un maximum
where it just showed an example and the working directory happens to be an album of hers.
On s'est aussi demandé quelles parties allaient être enregistrées et lesquelles allaient devoir être faites à partir de ça.
At least one person noticed.
On a choisi de composer des musiques linéaires, c'est-à-dire qu'elles n'évoluent pas en fonction du joueur, mais ça c'était au profit d'une composition tout le temps équilibrée, plus proche de l'univers finalement classique et des musiques de film que des musiques de vidéo. En fin de compte, on a presque tout enregistré en tutti, sauf les solistes, et on n'a pas enregistré les percussions.
I think for a platformer like this, it's fairly static. It's fine. You don't need it if like. That requires an entirely different style of composing, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Especially with something so heavily themed after classical music as well, you want to go with
du joueur, on a travaillé avec une violoniste d'improvisation de manière à donner de la vie et du naturel à ces passages. On voulait vraiment que ce soit une improvisation, que ce soit pas un passage qui soit écrit de base. Et donc on a fait une tri sur plus d'une centaine de prises pour avoir une certaine diversité.
Kind of the stink that classical music has is that it's too set in its ways, too stiff. That is very planned and professional and not loose, like, I don't know, kind of jazz in a way.
On a essayé de penser l'instrumentation au sein des niveaux comme quelque chose parfois qui s'agrandit de manière progressive. Comme dans le niveau des cordes par exemple, on commence avec juste un piano, puis plus on avance, plus l'effectif va grandir avec ensuite un quatuor à cordes pour enfin finir avec toute la section cordes de l'orchestre qui représente 24 musiciens. Cette évolution, elle accompagne l'éveil progressif de l'environnement au fur et à mesure que le joueur y progresse, et ça symbolise la remise en marche de la cité de Symphonie. Beaucoup de petites touches de symbolique sont présentes dans le jeu comme ça pour apporter de la profondeur dans notre monde et un petit peu de sous-texte musical qui remplacerait les dialogues du jeu. Pour les concertis, qui sont les concerts
I love when violin strings are picked.
À l'origine, le concept de dialogues musicaux, qui est vraiment la définition même des concerts classiques.
That people kind of forget when they use samples. They always try to do the bow stringing part of the violin. They never do the picking.
Et les lignes de dialogue seraient alors remplacées vraiment par des phrases musicales, et on avait l'idée de pictogrammes au-dessus des personnages qui auraient permis de comprendre le message et la relation entre les différents personnages. Le joueur aurait eu une forme de personnalisation du coup du concert. L'idée c'était de pouvoir donner au joueur le choix de ces phrases musicales comme s'il contrôlait le dialogue, comme si c'était vraiment quelque chose de verbal. Cette idée, elle était trop compliquée finalement à pousser jusqu'au bout. Elle aurait demandé trop de moyens techniques pour qu'elle soit comprise. Elle aurait dû demander aussi de travailler la musique de manière très modulaire, très flexible, et ça aurait eu un impact significatif sur la liberté de composition et aussi évidemment sur la manière dont on allait devoir enregistrer ces différents passages. Et donc on a abandonné l'idée en cours de route au profit d'une histoire plus générale racontée par la musique et par aussi l'environnement graphique, bien sûr. concert key, ça a été aussi un vrai lieu d'échange au sein de l'équipe, notamment entre les compositeurs d'un côté et les game artists de l'autre. Parce qu'il a fallu vraiment s'accorder sur le message que l'on voulait faire passer, que l'on raconte à travers à la fois la musique et l'évolution de l'environnement. Parce que comme il n'y a ni dialogue ni texte dans notre jeu quasiment, c'était important pour nous que la musique et les décors soient raccords et une signification particulière, une certaine symbolique. Comme si on devinait à travers ces deux éléments le rapport entre les personnages et l'impact que cette relation a sur le monde de Symphonia.
Yeah, it's a nice looking game. Oh, coming December 5th, so pretty soon.
Hey everyone, my name is Julian, aka Zorsi, and I'm the lead composer of Bits and Bops the game, as well as the band leader of The Consoles. Working on a rhythm game has been extremely rewarding and satisfying, and
okay, so
I think
this
that's
one's
kind of
like if WarioWare was a rhythm game.
It's a rhythm game.
I was about to say,
so
this
what that
is
kind of
giving me
means
WarioWare
outside of
vibes looking at the trailer.
An important role to the gameplay tracks is, as a composer, when you're creating the soundtrack, a lot of your musical decisions and the concepts of music, such as pitch, duration, tone color, all of that contribute to express certain game mechanics for the player. So sometimes I might use a string, a padded instrument that could accentuate a freeze frame or allow the player to hit certain strikes if I used more percussive tones. But also in the mood, certain melodies can accentuate the backdrop of the art, as well as be cues to let the player know, oh, we're going to introduce a new section or we're going to move to a new mechanic here and there. However, one of the difficulties of working on the soundtrack early on, we realized as that when you're trying to get a player to respond to particular prompts or cues, they need to be very precise. They need to be quantized. They need to be snapped to the grid. And for that reason, a lot of the gameplay tracks don't have that much room to allow for live instrumentation. However, that's where the consoles come in. I'm part of a band called The Consoles, and we've been creating video game jazz renditions of music for the past 10 years or so over on YouTube. We've done it for some of our favorite games, and it's been really cool to experiment and try quote-unquote original music by covering music from Bits and Bops.
Okay.
So this track you're about to hear
I was going to say making I'm the jazz man joke, but
and it is covered
I forgot
by
that Scatman John literally was a jazz man.
It's a 9-piece band, and it's going to sound quite similar to the main theme, but of course there's a bit more room for instrumental solos and parts that you don't get to hear in the actual soundtrack version. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of Save and Sound 2024, and here's the console's performance of the Bits and Bops main theme.
That's a bit Mario.
It's nice and upbeat, I like it.
Yeah, like imagine playing this on Isla Pianta.
Yeah, absolutely. Or New Donk City in Odyssey.
This is an interesting choice for a rhythm game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got a bit of beat, it's fine, but usually you have like electronic music where you really got the uns as a to ground you, essentially.
Oh yeah, I see what you mean, yeah. And this is much more free with it.
Yeah, this is a bit looser, this is fun. I kind of want to see a GDC talk on a musician explaining how to write music for a rhythm game.
Oh yeah. There's got to be so much work that's gone into planning that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean it's game design at this point. Like this is the mechanics.
Yeah. These are the levels.
Yeah. And then during that talk, suddenly the thumper person barges in and explains, "Oh no, you actually don't need to follow the rules." Like, have you ever seen the final boss of Thumper?
Yes. Yeah. It is something else.
Yeah. I mean, this rocks pretty hard for a jazz guitarist.
It does, yeah. This is just one of those mini musics you just chill and listen to for ages.
Yeah, you could put this on at a party.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, totally. Especially the kind where you want to chat more so than go absolutely ham.
Yep. Okay, next up is Tavern Keeper by the Game Dev Tycoon people.
You just beat me to it.
That's what she said.
This has big mobile game energy. Like mobile game ad energy.
Hi there, I'm Tom from Cedar Studios. We're the audio team that worked with Greenheart Games on their latest project, Tavern Keeper. Tavern Keeper is a fantasy sim management game where you start off with the enticing premise of running and managing your own tavern, alongside all of the wacky characters and different locations in the world. The game's full of different gameplay systems, all the way from the usual business decisions you'd expect to cooking your own food and designing your own props. We wanted to give you a bit of a look behind the scenes of how we went about creating and implementing some of Tavern Keeper's audio systems. First, we'll focus on the dynamic world map music, how we transition between each location's instrumental style, all within the same track. Then we'll go into more detail on how we created the in-game voices, how the characters converse, and how all those systems work together to create the background ambience as well.
You know, if Talia were here, I'd ask her if that counts as scat vocals.
Hey guys, Phil here. I'm going to give you
Sarge says it comes with Denuvo, that's not big mobile energy.
Tavern Keeper. So the map music has 7 variations of tracks that could be played depending on which area
that Steam was going to start requiring devs
so
to...
we started off by writing an upbeat track with all the melody parts being played on piano before we moved on to other layers, as you can hear here.
Games have various anti-cheat
The track also needed
measures
to loop perfectly as well.
and anti-piracy measures.
When we were happy with the initial
probably
structure,
they've been
we moved
on a
to adding
big
different
games have to be
instruments
labeled
for each variation.
bent
Now,
lately.
in game, we gave these
Oh wait, this one
races
already does.
specific
Yeah, it says it
instruments
on
that we thought suited the race.
Yeah, for DRM it has
we wanted the
to.
humans
I'm
to
not
be
sure
quite
about
organic
anti-cheat.
sounding, so we
I think it
used
was about
acoustic
the kernel
guitars,
level
real
anti-cheat.
whistling, and some
That's
wind
it. I think
instruments.
that's the one they were going to add.
For the Halfling variation, the Halflington level is a beautiful setting, so we tried to use some quite pretty sounding instruments. So we ended up
Which
using
is
a lot
something
of
that's
violin,
just never
but it
going to
also
work on
felt quite
Linux. So,
folky to us, so
yeah.
we used some mandolins and accordions as well.
Oh, no wonder you got to put it up there.
The
Then,
Elven
yeah.
level is another pretty looking level, so for this we used a lot of bansuri.
I mean,
which is a
what
bit
is
like
going to
flute.
work? That's
This along
the
with
weird
some
thing is
harps and pizzicato violin
Windows
as well.
anti-cheat on Wine in Proton.
Now, the Dwarfs is set in the mines, so we wanted to use a lot of like hard-hitting drums, this along with some trumpets and other
Surely
horns.
that is harmful.
Now, for the Orcs, we also wanted to use a lot of drums, but also with some slightly softer sounding instruments as well. So for the melody, we used a kora, which is a bit like a lute and a harp combined basically. And you can hear it in the main melody here. Now, the city level is a mixture of all the instruments that we've used previously. The idea was that all the races have come together and are playing their own instruments in harmony with each other. We've also added some big bells to give that city feel, basically.
Hi, I'm Gabe. Let's go back to the map and we can see how it all works in context.
Ooh, the one after this is for me.
You can see that we've highlighted the regional borders on the map, and that's where the music really changes. When you cross one of these borders, that's when that
that's
area
very
music kicks in. And then in the
which is annoying because I've played the demo and I just suck at it.
Game object profiler to show the audio listener.
I mean, I should try again since I got a new computer. It was stuttering a bit, and that's always horrible for rhythm games.
Ambience nodes to blend between each of the region's instrumentation.
Now let's dive into some of the specific instruments for some of the different layers. Within the percussion, we have a few things in play here, with the shakers, the bongos, and the cajon making a real solid rhythm track. This, along with the bass, gives a real solid foundation and allows for enough space for the other instruments to play in over the top. Now I'm just going to zone into some of the guitar tracks which we played in for the human race. We've got a few guitars here. One of them is just a chug that's going all the way through. We've got some left-right guitar parts, which is basically just the same guitar recorded, but one is panned to the left and one's panned to the right. And then you can hear this chug going all the way through. And then there's a little solo part going over the top. Here's another example of some real instruments that we've played in. We've got a mandolin here, which was used for the
this is some chill builder music.
Left, right.
Like you're working on your thing and you've got some nice music in the background.
Well. Yeah.
Now here's what it sounds like when the rest of the
whoever played that,
added.
I bet they could get laid a lot at a campfire.
Yeah, I reckon so. This is peak campfire chill music. Which I guess is sort of almost the theme of a tavern.
So with the emotes and the voices
what is a
in
tavern
game,
but a campfire?
We want to get across the idea that everyone's talking and having normal conversations, but obviously we couldn't use natural language.
Wisdom.
So we went with phonetics to try and keep it as abstract as possible. So we have 6 different emotional states, 5 different races in game, the different genders, and we made sure that each phonetic and emotional state had at least 3 variants as well, so you wouldn't hear repeats when they're talking. Overall, we've probably had just under 5,000 separate audio files, so there's a lot of talking, a lot of me going wah, and other such silly sounds. And Gabe's going to talk you through how we went about implementing those. We've set up the Wise project so that each and every emote can be played from just the one single Wise event. And it's the values in-game that drive and affect which sound is actually played.
You know,
so the gender,
actually it's a bit of a cheat code when you want to make an economy patron. Sim appealing to me.
Another
you call it something Keeper.
Coincided with the emotes
triggers a bit of a reflex inside me that it's going to be like Dungeon Keeper.
A background murmur sound that would fill
that
out the
probably
tavern,
is why they do it though, like
busier,
Graveyard
make
Keeper,
it sound
Core
more
Keeper,
vibrant. The problem
Tavern
was
Keeper now.
How do we get these emotes to trigger in
I
a
mean,
way
like
that
Tavern Keeper. Okay, the word innkeeper is probably
population that's in the
used
tavern
more, but Tavern
moment.
Keeper is unheard
For example, it would be really
Dungeon
silly
Keeper.
to hear
Would you
if there
have
were
you
no
ever
orcs
called
in
anything
your
a
tavern.
Dungeon Keeper except for the game Dungeon Keeper?
So we have.
I imagine they originally wanted to call it Dungeon
for,
Master, but they weren't allowed
a
to legally.
positive, a negative, and a neutral.
You mean because of Gygax and his goons?
Yeah, because Dungeon Master is trademarked.
State, but if you're running a lovely tavern and everyone's happy, then you hear the happy blend.
No, Sarge, I'm afraid not. I don't have a code for this one. I do have one code left, and it's a really, really good game. So don't worry. We've got one left. It's really good.
Every gender of every race.
And that'll be coming up later. It'll be Pacific Drive.
There's a varied example of some of the emotes that we made. The blend tracks trigger, so a random piece of audio within the container is fired off at a rate that we control. It's randomized as well, but we've set up a real-time parameter control, or
this game is reminding me a bit of
that affects the trigger rate relative to the number of each race.
I should have waited to start the sentence for when I knew what game I was talking about.
But if we zoom in a little, we can see that it starts curving up
This is live after all.
on the x-axis, which is where we've got the number of the specific race and the gender, and then on the y-axis we've got the duration at which the random containers trigger. And as we slide the control over to the right, so we're increasing the population, the duration decreases, and so the containers trigger at a faster rate.
No, not that one.
Adding more bots.
It's really annoying. I can't remember the name of it. It was good. I really liked it as well.
Thank you so much for checking out our deep dive on the audio of Tavern Keeper.
There at one point.
Just a big shout out and thanks to Greenheart Games for all the support and all the ambition and ideas they gave us, especially working with Chad and all the audio side of things with Wise. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we can't wait to see people play it, and we hope you enjoy the game.
That's cool.
And we are back. Hope everyone is having a great time with us for Save and Sound. American Arcadia and Jusant have discounts going on right now. Symphonia, Bits and Bops, and Tavern Keeper all have a demo for you to try out.
Which is a sort of restaurant management
And by
game.
the way, we're still giving out keys to over 40 different games who are all
you have a feeling they were scraped by bots?
in
Probably
the festival
not.
itself. We'll link the form in chat right now, and we're picking winners as we go, so really no pressure. Kate, what do we have next?
We'll start this section off with Metal Hellsinger, a headbanging rhythm demon game that will showcase a concert of the game's heavy metal soundtrack. Following that is Crown Gambit, a turn-based tactical game where players battle for the crown through strategy and political intrigue. We'll get to watch a one-of-a-kind church performance. After that, we've got a digital version of the popular board game Wingspan, a bird collecting game that is now even more immersive. We'll get more information about its sounds and music in a deep dive by Bartosz Maćkowiak. Up next is We Harvest Shadows, a horror farming simulator where David Whaley, Matt and Thomas Stokes give us insight into the song in their demo and also perform it outside by a campfire. We'll wrap this block up with Dorfromantik, a relaxing puzzle and strategy game where you build idyllic landscapes by placing tiles, creating peaceful villages, rivers,
I think the next one's going to be the last one for me tonight.
We'll see a deep dive with a performance from the composers of this lovely soundtrack. Enjoy the show.
You got to stick around for Metal Hellsinger.
Yeah.
Run your fucking
Ooh.
ass.
Trivium, love him.
Hey. There we go.
Keep it coming.
He's also a Twitch streamer, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
I guess we could shut him out.
Go on then.
All said and all done, a dying sun in front of me. When all said and all done, bright colors crash and fade to gray. A vow of devotion, it crumbles into drifting ash. Do you feel what I feel? This devastation seems to comfort me. Let this place like, let this fire burst into flame. A concentration on my God. It consumes me and burns. Is it still the same for you? It's your ceremony in me. I'm
Yeah, this is nice. Like, I haven't been too in love with the last few Trivium albums. My favorite of theirs is Shogun, which I think is the third album from like 2008.
Oh, right. Yeah, been a bit of a dry period for you.
I mean, not dry, but not like completely moist either.
Yeah,
they're not bad, but they have reached those heights again. Of course, that was also the one time they did a 12-minute song, so...
I vibe with 12-minute songs occasionally. I know I said previously that classical music needs to be shorter. And I think that is the case for classical music, but I do vibe with longer songs in genres that aren't always long. Like, classical music is always too long, but most of metal is not 12 minutes long, so it's nice to get one every now and then.
Yeah, I mean, like, metal is usually in the 5 to 8 minute range.
Yeah.
Fairly often, like, if you're a bit progressive-y or you got some long guitar solos in there, pretty easy to hit that mark. But 12 minutes usually means if you've got an epic.
Let's see you fucking move in that pit, hell. Come on. Games God, let's do this shit.
Oh, he also apparently pissed off Sharon Osbourne one time.
Good.
And sided with Iron Maiden over her. So Maiden took him on tour with him. Which is honestly a bit of whiplash when you've got Trivium and then next up Maiden, who are just kind of much softer than they are.
Sarge says it sounds like a very easy thing to do.
Pissing off Sharon Osbourne? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is great.
Scream for me, my friends!
Scream for me is a Bruce Dickinson signature move.
I'm still here, holding on. Let this fighting break, let this scorching last. It's all beyond. Yes, that's all beyond. Let's go. The devastation feels like.
Of course, in game these songs are all dynamic. Like you only get vocals when you're at a higher heat level, if I recall correctly.
Alright, yeah. So the better you're doing, the more of the song you're getting.
Yeah, so it's kind of a rhythm shooter. Okay, Refuse, that's more of a punk sound. Don't know if you know their song, The New Noise. Their lyrics are often of a non-conformist and politically far-left nature.
Nice. The right kind of punk, then.
Yeah, the left kind of punk.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean.
I mean, I'd say this left seems right, but that was a Bon Jovi album.
This guy's outfit is incredibly, I want to say like 70s. Like, I don't know, it's giving me Miami Vice vibes maybe, so maybe 80s.
Yeah, the shirt, I can see that.
Yeah. Definitely cop show vibes. I love the pace of this as well. It's great.
Yeah, it's kind of the right BPM for an FPS. Like you don't want very slow songs because like you're gonna have to hit the beat, but you also don't want to have like ultra speed.
Yeah, because then it becomes impossible and you never get to enjoy the song.
I think they also have people from, was it Arch Enemy on that game?
Oh, nice. Just seeing if it says on the Steam page.
Okay, they have Mikael Stanne from Dark Tranquility, Alyssa White-Glotz from Arch Enemy. Oh, Tatiana Schmalyuk from Ginger. She's bloody fantastic.
Yeah.
And, okay, the one you're gonna know is Serge Tankian from System of a Down.
Oh, right, yep. One baby's first music listener might recognize, yeah.
I mean, System of a Down are great. I've seen them live twice. First time was...
I can imagine they're amazing, yeah.
Yeah, first time was about 10 years ago. I noticed in the middle of a concert why they were doing a tour. Because they started playing documentary clips about the Armenian genocide.
Crikey. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they were narrated by Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine.
Oh, nice. The guy who keeps getting told to stay out of politics on Twitter by people who don't know.
Yeah. He's got a degree in politics.
He's got a degree in politics, yeah.
And Rage Against the Machine, of course, famously non-political band.
Yeah.
Except just don't ask about the drummer.
Oh no.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just the sheer lack of awareness for you to go on Twitter and tell the person whose most famous song has the lyrics, "Some of those who work forces are the same who burn crosses to stay out of politics," and go back to just doing the music. You're like, you sure?
Yeah, you know, you can find some real dumbasses online.
It's true. Media literacy is not a feature for many people these days. Oh, that was great.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's gonna be it for me. Should go to bed at work tomorrow.
Thank you for being here with me, Bean.
Thank you for having me on. I'm sure I'll see you, and have a lovely night. Goodbye.
Night, Bean. Sucks to be you. Sucks to be you, Twitch and YouTube. You're stuck with just me now. My terrible dogshit music opinions. I joke, actually. I do have a guest lined up for in about 30 minutes, depending on when she gets back from work. So it won't just be me, don't worry. So this is Crown Gambit. Let me get the Steam link up. There's a free demo up, it seems. This is a very me-ass game. Narrative tactical game? Hell yeah. Awesome, look at this art style. Just gonna go ahead and put this on the wishlist right now, to be quite honest. I don't know what I'm playing at. This is not follow for me, this is an immediate wish listing. So real Eastern European vibes, obviously from the dress as well, and the music. That moody lighting, love it. Castle in the Water looks like the French one. Oh, I know the one you mean. Mont Saint Michel. Yeah. Which is also setting for one of the levels in Sniper Elite 5? I think 5. So this is from Wild Wits game developer. Let's have a look and see what else they've done. Oh, it's another French development team. Oh, they did Aetheris. Or Aetheris? I'm not 100% sure on the pronunciation. I do vaguely remember that being quite well received. I never ended up playing it myself. Surprising inspiration there. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I like that.
Hello, my name is Bartosz Maćkowiak. I'm from
Wingspan,
and I'm responsible for sound design in Wingspan Digital Edition. Wingspan Digital is a serene, relaxing card game immersed in themes of birds and nature. So, it was necessary to prepare a sound background representing the natural world.
Physical game.
The sound background is divided into three segments. Natural sound of wind and environment, background default birds, and main birds.
Yeah, I think one of the most popular physical games currently out.
Natural ambient is split by habitat, meaning you will hear different things when you observe the wetlands from those you hear in the grassland or forest. The sounds of cards, dice, and a bird feeder in a digital edition are actual recording of items that are part of physical board game. This is a small thing, but important for overall impression and feeling of the game board adaptation. Pleszówka białoskrzydła. You can hear birds throughout the game, chirping in the distance and encouraging you to explore the natural world. But the most important are birds, featured on the cards. The sound assigned to the birds that I upload to the digital habitats correspond to the actual bird species.
Oh, that's nice. They're using the actual birds.
Before I started working on Wingspan, I could only distinguish between pigeon and a sparrow. Now, it has definitely changed. Searching the internet, I came to Xenocanto, portal created by ornithologists and bird enthusiasts, and supplemented thanks to Macaulay Library. Macaulay Library is a part of the Cornell Lab of Ornithology of Cornell University in New York State, and is the largest repository of bird sound as well as the largest animal media in general. The recordings I encountered came from various parts of the world, more or less accessible to humans. Dense old-growth forest, murky lakes and ponds, rocky mountain areas. These are just examples of places where a bird that has been placed in a board game could be found. Rain and wind in the wilderness, or the killer sun near a busy road were not discouraging for true bird enthusiasts when looking for a place to set up, and if they are lucky, record the bird they are interested in. The biggest challenge I faced while working on Wingspan
that
Digital
legitimately
Sounds
looks like a
was
CGI
dealing
bird.
with different
I don't know
levels
why.
of sound quality.
What a cool bird.
The audio materials I was given to work with, sometimes dating back to the 60s, were recorded with a high range of recording devices and stored on a variety of media, from analog cassettes, mini cassettes, CDs, and lastly, memory cards. The level of noise resulting not only from the environment of the recording site, but also from the issue of the device itself, sometimes threw me into deep waters of audio editing. In order to get a sound sample suitable for human ear, I used multiple layers of filters, declippers, noise reduction, declickers, and sometimes extremely destructive sound editing. I wanted to understand where a particular bird starts making sounds, and when it stops, to start cleaning up the sample from scratch. UI, food, or interactive trivia elements are to merge with the varied backgrounds prepared by our artists into a cozy whole, in which players can immerse themselves mindfully. Finally, I must mention beautiful music composed by Paweł Górniak, who received Gold Record for his soundtrack.
That's not real, they're just government surveillance drones.
His work enhanced the game's relaxing and immersing potential, making it whole.
Yeah, this is wonderful. This is exactly the kind of music this game needs. It needs something really relaxing, really chill, because the game itself is chill vibes as well, despite it being,
Thank you for listening
a card
to the
game
charming
you're playing
words
with
of
other people.
birds and sounds in Wingspan. Take care.
Hi, my name's David Whaley. I'm the developer of We Harvest Shadows.
My name's Matt, and I voiced
Going
Garrett.
straight from Wingspan
And my
to a
name's
horror
Thomas.
game.
I wrote and produced a song at the end of the demo.
Big Crick, artist name, and he made the song Holy Shrine, which has been so fantastic to see the reception of at the end of the demo for We Harvest Shadows. We Harvest Shadows, I'm calling it a farming horror allegory, and it's about this man named Garrett who wants to run away from the world, so he buys this abandoned farm. But at nighttime, when he feels most alone, he's haunted by his inner demons, and they come to life. And so I really love this idea of this character who's played by Matt. He plays Garrett. And Matt, I wanted to ask you, what's going through his head at the end. Like, he's happy at the beginning. He's like, oh, I've escaped the world. I can be free. But I don't think he feels like that during the ending of the demo.
Yeah, no. So what I tried to bring to the performance for Garrett is he makes this decision at the beginning of the game, and he's convinced that it's the right decision. But after he makes that decision, he throws away the key. He's on this farm. He almost tries to convince himself that he's made the right decision. So that's what I tried to bring to the performance through a few lighthearted pieces of dialogue that really tried to make light of his situation, whether it's the amount of food he has in his refrigerator to keep going, or I tried to bring that to the performances, almost trying to convince himself through lighthearted moments that he made the right decision. But it crescendos to the song that comes on. And that point right there that's the no turning back. He's like, okay, it got real. I'm here for a long time. I'm here to stay. Like, no more convincing myself. Like, it's serious, especially with what he experiences on the farm. So that's what I tried to do is bring it up to that point. He made the decision. He makes a lot of lighthearted comments, and then when the song comes on, that's it.
Yeah, I love your performance. I love the song. It gives it like the emotional punch it needed. And Thomas, I wanted to ask you, that song, like, I cried when I first listened to it, and just the lyrics, they really touched me. I think that's why it's resonating with so many people. And I wanted to ask you, what was the inspiration for the vocals or the performance?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I first heard about the song or about the game, David gave me a rundown of what was going on in Garrett's head. And I wanted to get to a place
seems pretty neat, actually. I'm not
kind of
taking it
similar
horror,
to where he was at to be able to write those lyrics. So I went to
taking inspiration from what
I stayed with our
PTs.
in-laws in Wyoming, in Star Valley, Wyoming, kind of in the middle of nowhere, similar to Garrett. And I went, on the back porch at 3 a.m. Trying to write these lyrics. And the melody is actually the same throughout the whole song. It doesn't change at all, hardly. And that just kind of like goes to show how monotonous his life has become. He's just doing the same thing over and over again, starting to get lonely. And will there ever be an end to this? And then lyrically, I tried to get myself, into Garrett's head and bring to life just how lonely and horrifying his experience is starting to become. He's hearing voices behind him. He feels like these demons have awoken inside of him. He's trying to drown his sorrows basically in this isolation, but it's only making it worse. And at the end of the song, he's trying to convince himself, I'm fine, but he's obviously not. So yeah, that's kind of where the intro, not okay. So that's where the inspiration came from mostly. Yeah.
Dude, I love it. The song's beautiful.
Thanks
for helping with my game. Thank you, Matt, for helping with my game.
Absolutely.
I would love to hear you guys perform Holy Shrine by Big Crick. Acoustic performance?
We can do it.
All right, let's get it set up. It'll be awesome.
Oh, hell yes.
2, 3.
Oh
I was just like gone into the sound of it. That big doubt on that I am fine, isn't there? A real this is fine. Yeah, that's great. I like that kind of music you don't really expect in a horror game. But this is obviously much more psychological.
Hello, my name is Larissa Okada, and I'm one of the composers for Dorfromantik. I am
Dorfromantik. I played this
USA,
on Nicodemus once.
And I'm responsible for writing Pleasant Hill, Fazan and Gaten,
preface, I got a free key for the game,
and Elk
but it's a neat game.
When creating the palette for at least my tracks, I wanted to focus on equal parts organic
game,
instruments,
but at the same time,
as well as
absolutely,
synthetic.
definitely
so
is
piano, plucked
like
instruments
a game
like guitar,
so a lot of cozy games are you just do,
brushed
you do
drums,
some chill
like
chores and all that.
Heads,
this absolutely has game
violin.
mechanics to
for
it.
For the synthetic stuff,
which
I
makes it, in my opinion,
soft,
more
rounded
repeatable.
Synths and airy pads to give a sense of outdoorsiness. I was brought on, I think, second musically, and I was really inspired by Saigo Salas's first initial track,
and it's chill when you do it.
And I loved the rhythm of the brushed snare head. You'll hear it towards the middle, later part of the song. And it just gave this feeling of being on a train ride in the countryside. And it matched the visuals of the game so well. I really took inspiration from that first track he wrote, and you can hear the palette influences in tracks like Fazan and Gaten. Visually, I also took inspiration from the beautiful color palette. As a person with synesthesia, I see colors in music, so it was easy for me to translate those like almost pastel colors like yellow, pink, blue into the music. It was a great, unusual opportunity for me to write with a lot of major keys, major harmonies,
audio balancing,
as opposed to minor. And I feel like from playing the game, just seeing the captures, really, it had like a warmth to it, which to me equals major key chord harmonies, right? I will say there is one exception to that, which is the other track, Fazan and Gaten, which is the only track of mine really in a minor key, although it's more accurate to say that it's rooted in a D pedal tone, which means that throughout the track, you hear the same key. The melody will sometimes be in major, and sometimes it will play a minor key. And so it's in this fluctuating state of major-minor, and I just felt that coupled with the ostinato in the piano that the track starts with and ends with, it felt like a good dynamic arc. So that's the only one that's not in a major key. I think you'll notice, listening to any of those 4 tracks, there's a real sense of weight when you come home to the root.
I am definitely one of those sickos
who loves
like
the center of the key that the song is in.
Probably shouldn't have said it that way now I think about it.
It feels like a sigh of relief.
We'll undo that sentence.
Like, oh, okay, this
I'm a big
is like
fan of minor key
homecoming
music.
Almost. This game is a unique playlist style implementation, which means that you hear the song played out in full. There's space for the ear to breathe, so it's not like fatiguing over long periods of time, and then it progresses to the next track. Traditionally, you have games where
a few
there's
playlists
like
on
a constant
YouTube
loop
of people
that
taking
can sometimes be dynamic based on we have more
like a lot of
combat
major
here
key
and so
music,
forth.
you know, a lot of like
Because
upbeat pop
Dorfromantik is a
music
game,
and
at
redoing
least
it in
my
minor
case,
key,
where you
and it
just play on
sounds so
hours
dramatic.
and
It's
you lose track of
fantastic.
time.
I recommend
you
looking it
wanted to
up.
avoid ear fatigue. You want to create a soundtrack that is equal parts enriching the gameplay, but also subtle enough not to be distracting or annoying. luckily, because of that playlist style implementation, it gave us as the composers a nice extended period of time to really develop the song's dramatic arc. So we could be really patient with our writing, introduce ideas and like slowly introduce new elements, sometimes be pretty minimal with it. But it's still very effective because it's developing over a long period of time, you know, as opposed to like a 30-45 second loop. A lot of times in game music, soundtrack titles come surprisingly late. So in our case, pretty late as we were ready to ship the game, we were like, oh, we have to name these songs. I proposed naming the tracks based on towns that we grew up in or just towns that are like important to us. Pleasant Hill, Mountain View, and Elk Grove. I'm from Northern California. All of those are towns and cities that I grew up very close to, and they like have different special meanings to me. And I can't remember who suggested Fasanengarten, but that is clearly a German name that I did not come up with. But I loved that we had that collaborative aspect, and I love seeing like, oh, okay, he named it Schabernack. Like I can Google that and see where that is for them.
That's lovely. Yeah, this is perfect music for this game, because this game is a sort of meditative, very chill experience that you can play for hours and hours and hours. So this kind of music that's not, it's sort of drift off and go into a zen-like sort of state music, you know. You don't want something too energetic because you'll tire yourself out in a long gaming session with this kind of thing. Have I put in Dorfromantik, or how long has your longest session been? Hang on, let me have a look. I have put in 8 hours into Dorfromantik, and I know my first run ended after 2 hours, so my longest one is 6 hours. But that's primarily because I did it as part of a series I do called Nick Attempts, which is where I get a bunch of keys sent to me by game devs, and I run through them all with a minimum of like, I think I do about an hour of each game, do 4 games a stream, and I did Dorfromantik in an hour there to sort of show it off, just show people games and see what I feel like about them. And then after that, I think I played for another 7 hours after that. But because I get so many of those games, I tend not to play them for that long, even if I do really like them. There are very few of the ones that I've been given that I've then gone on to play afterwards, even at all. But Dorfromantik was one of them because it's really nice to just boot it up, play a couple of tiles when you're waiting for something, and then if you're waiting for like a download or something like that. Hey, Bunyan Man, welcome in. This is currently the music of Dorfromantik, a wonderfully chill tile placing game that you may have heard of. How was Dokapon Kingdom? Which, oh my god, were you playing Dokapon Kingdom with Jonas again? I hope there were some similarly incredible things. It was awful as always. Perfect. So yeah, for those joining, this is Save and Sound. It is a celebration of music and games. And it's been wonderful. This is day 2 of 2. And, we've had some really incredible games on this. I've added so many things to my wish list. Jamie became a sexy demon girl. Diversity win. Oh, well done, Jamie. Proud of you. Yeah, so this is Dorfromantik. It's lovely. All right, what's our next one after Dorfromantik? I don't think I've heard of this one. Munch.
Welcome back! Metal Hellsinger has a sale. Crown Gambit and We Harvest Shadows both have a demo, and Wingspan and Dorfromantik are available for purchase. We're getting close to the ending of tonight's program. We have one last block left, and this is the last time you'll be seeing us for this year. What awesome content shall we watch next, Hans?
Yes, I just want to say, thank you to everyone tuning in for the past 2 days and tonight of just hanging out with us for Save and Sound. So to finish up, we'll have Munch, where you unleash your inner monster in this dark action fantasy roguelike. They will be showcasing a live medley for us tonight. Then we have Rhythm Doctor with a cool dive into the game soundtrack and how it intertwines with the gameplay.
Live?
After that, it's time for a short hike. The legendary and cult classic title has graced us with a chill instrumental performance. The fourth game we'll be checking out is the Thaumaturge, who have provided us with a really nice deep dive into the game's audio. And after that, it will be Buckshot Roulette, the game where you gruesomely gamble your life away will be revealing an exclusive track from the upcoming OST release. And then it's Golden Lap by the same people who made Absolute Drift and Art of Rally, who will be talking about the game's audio and systems behind creating a simple yet realistic racing sim.
Next up is Pacific Drive, a survival driving game where you navigate a dangerous, ever-changing wilderness in a customized car.
So I've got a free key to give away for Pacific Drive, and when we get to that bit, I will be giving that away.
After that, we've got Once Upon a Jester, a whimsical adventure where you improvise and perform shows as a traveling jester, with a heartfelt music video. Up next is Sorry We're Closed, a survival horror game with a deep dive into the game's unsettling audio. Following that is Koira, an atmospheric adventure where you journey through a hand-painted world with your puppy. The studio's founder and the composer will give us a peek into its music composition. The last piece for tonight is Lost in Art, a Miniature Realm, a captivating puzzle adventure where you explore beautifully crafted miniature worlds with an extraordinary performance on instruments that you don't see every day.
Well, this concludes Save and Sound. Well, at least for us, there's still some videos, some cool stuff coming your way. But as Kay said earlier, this is our last hosting segment. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to share this wonderful music and audio without you. And Kate and I can't thank enough the developers, musicians, the composers, and the team members who have made this all possible. Without them, we wouldn't be able to run the show in the first place. So a huge thank you also to Save and Sound partners, Lurkit, Audio Kinetic, Elgato, Aiko partners, and Neon Naroshi. We hope that you enjoy the rest of the show.
I will not explain.
And see you again very soon.
Have a lovely night and thank you so much.
Okay, this is from Munch. Love a bit of metal. Could have done with Bean for this bit, right? composer formerly of the bands Isis, Red Sparrows, and Palms. I've heard of Isis. I mean, obviously we've all heard of Isis, but I mean like the band. This is pretty cool. Let's have a look at the game. Action roguelite, combines real-time combat, playable involving monsters. Okay. So kind of horde slash 'em up sort of thing. Ah, I dig it. Oh, it came out yesterday. Oh, neat. Oh, so each monster's got a sort of different vibe to it, like music-wise. That's a neat choice. Yeah, very hack and slash such. Yeah. That's a cool monster design, actually, like a full anvil for a head. That's pretty rad. It is rare that you're the big monster beating the little guys, exactly. I played a game called Monster Run that had a sort of similar premise, but that was sort of more 2D vibes. A fair chunk of decent metal tonight. There's been more metal, I think, tonight than yesterday, which is good for Bean, of course, who's the resident metalhead. Not that I dislike it, it's just Bean loves it. Oh, sorry, it's not pronounced Munch, it's pronounced Munch. There's an umlaut. This is very sort of genty, very doomy sort of thing. I think fits the demon on display right now. Yeah. All right, we've got Rhythm Doctor up next. One button. sitting at overwhelmingly positive with 18,000 reviews.
Ready, get, set, go.
Oh, so it's like a load of different rhythm mini games. That's neat. I wonder if I should be reading this. I mean, out loud, not just reading it. I mean, if they wanted it voiced, they could have voiced it, right? Okay, this is pretty neat. It's weaving it very well with the narrative. Having rhythm saves lives, yeah. It's listed as similar to the Jackbox Party Pack and Undertale, which is a fascinating combo. Sprite is reminding you of OFF? I'm not sure what that one is. Also, I'm somehow discovering every single game in this festival. Every time I open up the Steam page, it says one friend wants this game and it's Jonas. Like, how? How have you got the finger so on the pulse, Jonas? If you're still here, of course. Impossible. Yeah, this game looks rad, actually. I'm thinking I might add that to my wish list. What is OFF? Is it just called OFF? It's not an acronym or something. I don't think I've ever heard of it. What's up next? A short hike. Okay. So it behoves me to tell you that Bean wants you to play a short hike. OFF is the Belgian-French RPG where you're a homicidal baseball batter? Oh, it's just called OFF. Okay, fair enough. Not an acronym. Yeah, fair. A short hike is Bean's favorite game of all time. Obviously, he's just had to go to bed because he's got work tomorrow. But he wants you to play a short hike, and I feel, in memory of Bean, may he rest in peace. Technically speaking, because he's gone to sleep. You should all go and play a short hike. Oh, I didn't put the link in. That's not helping you to go and play a short hike, is it? There you go. And this is just wonderful music as well. Just, the perfect sort of thing to take a short hike to. Can't find off on edge anymore? Oh. This is a wonderful chill tone. Very, very good. Lovely little cheeky bit at the end there.
Hi, I'm Agnieszka Wlazły, lead
That was
audio
wonderful.
designer here in Fool's Fury, the creators of a story-driven RPG with morally ambiguous choices, taking place in a culturally diverse world of 20th century Warsaw. The Thaumaturge.
I have heard good things about the Thaumaturge.
And here is our audio deep dive. Our game takes place in a multicultural melting pot that was 20th century Warsaw. Having that in mind, we try to bring that identity forward in our soundtrack, marrying elements from neo-romantic music, Polish folk, klezmer, with influences from Balkan, Tatar, or Caucasus music. This, together with blues, creates what we think a good metaphor for the identity of our main character, Viktor Szulski.
It has been
Warsaw's
a
many
really
districts
cracking
each have their
time for
own
isometric RPGs,
distinctive
to be honest.
characteristics, and as such, required different musical styles to express them. We focused on neo-romantic and neoclassical music for Śródmieście and Powązki, adding to it hints of alarm and tension, which we feel is in line with local
What mod doesn't
population's frame of
allow
mind
the
at
Pole's
that time
favourite
of
word?
history.
Oh no, I'll allow that. There we go.
Districts such as Powiśle or Port Praga, being places of a more questionable reputation, have more overdriven and dissonant tunes sprinkled into their music.
Hey Nick.
Hey Brie, welcome in.
And hey chat.
We're just looking at the Thaumaturge right now.
Praga and Mirów takes elements from historical Warsaw's
favourite
ethnic
Pathfinder
minorities
class.
music. That includes bits and pieces from
It's a game I'm
Jewish,
deeply
Tatar, or
interested
Balkan
in.
music.
It's an isometric RPG.
Oh Nick, getting interested in isometric RPGs, whatever next.
I know. Shocking, isn't it?
Main motifs and themes have different variants and arrangements.
It's got
depending on
morally
which scene is
ambiguous
currently on
choices,
screen
Brie.
and
It's got
which
morally
characters take part.
ambiguous choices.
A good example of that is the Thaumaturge theme.
These
which
are morally
different
ambiguous
variations can be heard
choices.
all over the soundtrack.
Can you make them while being
When
gay?
Viktor is the main focus of the scene. This theme is played
It's
as
set
an
in Poland.
electric guitar blues lick.
Focus on your heart first.
So maybe not. Although,
My heart reveals the first
so
inscription
1900s
before me.
Poland, so maybe
From
yes.
now on, we have one heart that beats with one rhythm.
Ariel Rofe's variant is the same melody, just arranged differently. In klezmer style.
Sarge,
using
she also
improvisations
mod
on
doesn't
Mahabharata
like
scale.
the Pole's favourite word.
What are you making such a guffaw
Yeah,
for?
kurwa.
What do you
Polish for
want?
fuck.
Ah,
You'll
Well, actually, I think it might be. Wait, no,
don't
kurva is like. It's closer to like.
He's a
cunt, I
devil.
think.
He looks around for lost souls who don't know better and go where they shouldn't.
To create Samira's version, we used more percussive instruments as well as whispering female vocal trio to emphasize the identity she had created for herself.
I mean, I don't think there was much ambiguity of the morality in Daltown,
Keep their
Kosek.
secrets from itself. That's easy.
Oh, hey, transition goals.
I think I felt your
Good news, everybody.
thoughts.
The Thaumaturge is
But we'll get
classified
back
as
to
woke
that.
on the.
For
on that
Fauci
shitty
Enemy's version,
website.
we wanted to show his stats.
Annoyingly, I found it's now the
using just
go-to
hard
easy
and
way to
folk
say,
singing.
"Can I be gay in
The tea
this?"
is brewing and it will
Is
do
to
us
go
all
to the
good.
Okay.
Madame,
Is that why it's
presume you're a thaumaturge?
quote woke, or is
No.
it something else?
It contains
Hopefully.
anti-patriarchy
Our
messaging.
music system focuses on joining together fragments with a more
I'm like,
procedural
okay,
form,
cool.
such as in casual dialogues or exploration, with parts of a more cinematic
Bless you,
linear form,
and/or
such as in
congratulations on
cutscenes.
your acceptance into Clown College. I wasn't 100% sure.
Sorry, I just need to blow my nose.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Morally
fine.
ambiguous choices. This is Daltown all over again. Kodo, have I got some good news for you, Kodo? Oh my god, Kodo.
Oh
Thursday.
yeah, I saw.
Thursday,
I
Kodo.
hope you know what you're
Daltown's
doing.
coming back.
Did you want a pumpkin carriage and some glass slippers, senora? Smuggling ain't as romantic as that.
Javier, yes? I've outgrown fairy tales. I'm here to make a deal.
So yeah, sorry about the nose blowing, by the way. Cold air seems to have brought my cough back a bit.
Aw, that sucks.
Yeah. Like, just spent my entire shift feeling a bit dizzy. I think I'll probably be okay.
I don't know why, but there's something about wagon wheels being incorporated into a monster's flesh that is
The
such
changes of music
such
are
an
defined
aesthetic.
by in-game location,
Well,
quest
you know what they say
progression,
about wagon wheels.
or players' choices, and many
Oh,
more.
God.
They're kind of big, they're kind of round,
Each transition between two musical pieces follows
coated
a
in chocolate,
specific
and
rules
specifically to be found.
for blending
You'll be
methods
sorry if
or
you don't get enough.
responsiveness of the change.
Curtis
In
says
some
you have good
cases,
news. Well, you should
to achieve a
say
smooth
it then. Shame
transition,
about the Daltown
we
shite or whatever, but there's no need to
specific
keep us
musical
waiting.
pieces in the form of, let's say, musical joints called
Yeah,
transition
we will be
segments.
playing the Daltown DLC that launched, I think, like 2 weeks ago.
Yep. And I think literally Yungor was mentioned in the chat. What was it? Oh yeah, there's going to be a sort of a matchmaker route involving
Oh yeah, that's not in this DLC.
Randy.
I think that's an additional thing that's coming later.
Okay. But yeah, an Oliver and Andy DLC, that was it.
Yeah.
Sorry, an Oliver and Randy DLC.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
gonna be exciting. I don't have to do shit. I'm just gonna lean back and let you voice everything. Apparently.
Mm. Yeah, just let me just fuck myself, I guess.
God damn it. DLC stands for Dial Liquors Collective. Oh no.
Well, yeah, it's the most efficient way to turn them.
I've really liked this
We
deep
use
dive into
silence as a tool to enhance
how the audio
most
is built
important scenes of the
that's
game.
been going on in this
We
festival.
wanted the player
It's
to
been
feel the
nice
difference
to see
between
sort of
casually exploring Warsaw streets and
how the
experiencing
sausage is
emotional
made, so to
beats
speak.
in the main story.
Sound information, I guess.
Back in a moment.
Yeah. There's no one else in this chat. I can just pun freely.
Yeah. Wait, I'm in this chat.
Sorry, I meant there's no one else in this chat to save you, Nick.
Oh.
She'll be fine. It's all over. You're both free.
Despite our game having a fantasy setting, we wanted our sound
Is that our
design
boy,
to be grounded
Rasputin?
and realistic. Every supernatural
Russia's greatest
element
love
of the game,
machine?
such as
Oh, yes.
cycles, thaumaturgy, dreams, visions, have a more dark, esoteric
Lover of the
vibe
Russian
in
queen?
their sound design. We wanted to
Allegedly.
show that thaumaturgy
I say as if
is
she's
an art
gonna sue
different
me.
than magic.
You're
Like,
blind.
if a long dead monarch's suing you, Nick, I think you've got bigger problems than the actual lawsuit.
The designs of the salutors are based on creatures from myths and legends from different cultures that were present in 1905 Warsaw. You can see creatures from Slavic, Balkan, Arabic, or Kabbalah lore. In creating their sounds, we wanted to not only show their physicality and animated movements, but also refer to their origin. For example, some sounds for Veles, a Slavic god of underworld and wealth, are made from coins. When Krampus, a creature that punishes children during Christmas, moves, you can hear bells jingling.
I didn't expect this
City's
combat.
sound design is dependent
Interesting.
on time of day
I'm even
and
more
story's
interested in the
progression.
game now.
The same location can sound different depending
Kind of
on
reminds me of
various
Shadow
parameters.
Hearts.
Baldur's Gate character?
No, Shadow Hearts. It was like a PS1, PS2 JRPG franchise.
Oh, I've not heard of it.
I think the main
specific
character was
time
kind of
of
like
day,
Vincent
on city
in
streets, you can meet
Final Fantasy
buskers.
VII,
You
in that his thing
interact
was being
with
able to
them
turn into
and
monsters.
listen to some musical pieces that were popular at the time of history in Europe, and get another entry in your collectible panel. The player can also find gramophone records, which are scattered in various locations. They can also be collected and played at will from the panel in the inventory. Well, that sums up our audio deep dive. There's more where that came from, but we hope our 10-minute summary provided you with plenty of insight. And if you want to hear more of 20th Century Warsaw, make sure to check out the Thaumaturge and its soundtrack on Steam. Thank you.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, Buckshot Roulette is next.
The streamer game.
It's a streaming, but it is also a it's definitely a streaming game, but it is also a legitimately well-designed roguelike, like tactically as well.
Yeah.
It's also got a real aesthetic, right? Like it's got that sort of Inscription vibe, but also
Yeah.
I guess you could sort of describe them as punk games these days, because like the aesthetic is deliberately there to repulse you to some extent.
Oh yeah, like Cruelty Squad and the like.
Yeah. Which I'm glad that's sort of becoming more popular now. Pizza Tower is another example. It doesn't use this sort of style of.
Yeah, it's very animation.
It's very much there to not look good. Like, that's not the purpose of it.
Yeah, it's the most animation.
Which, yeah, I like that we're sort of getting that more and more instead of just attempts at being photorealistic or cartoon and that's it. Like, we're seeing a lot of different art styles now.
Yeah.
So yeah, the idea of this game is you're in the back rooms of a nightclub or an underground rave where people are playing essentially Russian roulette with shotguns, which is why the music is all of this.
As that sort of, you know, those sort of ASMR videos where they're like, so and so, but it's coming from outside your door. That sort of thing going on.
Yeah. Like everything has a real like rusty, almost like Saw aesthetic to it. It is ultimately a game of mathematics. Oh, well, you're fucked. There you go.
Yeah. It's like using all those different items to basically sort of get your opponent to shoot themselves.
Yeah. I like the whiplash you get in these games as well, because we've just had a short hike, then we had a horror game, then we had Thaumaturge, then we've got this, and then the next one is like it's a chill rally game.
Well then.
Hi, I'm Eclipses Special, and today I'm going to talk about the sound and music that we made with Slava for Golden Lap. Golden Lap is a Formula 1 manager game based in the 70s. and your goal is to win the championship. Compared to other manager games, Fun Selector wanted to create a much more relaxing game based on simplicity, environment, and the mood. So even for the sound design, the main goal is keep it super simple and don't overcomplicate stuff. And today I want to show you how we solve some problem and issue that came up during the production of this project. If you ask someone about the sound of Formula 1, he will reply, and this was all we need. Since it's a simple 2D game, we doesn't need a complex engine realistic system. We just want to make it feel the player to be in the pit lane
I'm on Costream
with his
unsupervised,
mechanics
so
while the car is passing
it's time
by.
to slam
But
him.
this sound is not what we need. We need an engine from the 70s. We doesn't need a realistic one because it's not a simulator, but at least we need something that really evoke you that kind of vibes with more low end and much more roaring. If we find out there's no so many library that fit our purpose, rent one of these cars can be extremely rare and expensive. So as a small team, we couldn't afford that. So we tried some different approach, like engine simulator or creating sound with a synthesizer, manipulate modern recording to make it feel more vintage, but none of this solution feels right to us. Until we find out in Monaco, every year they do this amazing event where people drive and race with 70s, 50s, 80s Formula 1 car, sport car in general. We discovered a friend of us been there in past edition, and he recorded for himself a lot of footage of the car passing by for his own memories. And he's been more than happy to share with us all of this recording. This wasn't really professional recording, but it was good enough for our purpose, so we can start to work on it. We clean up the recording, slow it down a little bit to make it less harsh and aggressive, use some plugin to warm it up all the sound in general, and finally add a little bit of reverb for a touch of magic that we all like. Now that we have solved the first problem, we have our engine sound pass by, but we know the environment on a race weekend is important as much as the engine sound. So we have 4 locations, and we want to immediately give to the player the feeling to be in a countryside, in a forest, on the seaside, or in a city, to be able to understand what kind of trait that track have. Next, we have the crowds. Super important. We want to have on the Saturday,
I'll be honest, I'm one of those people who doesn't really play many racing games, but
pole position,
get the appeal.
Enjoying the evening, and go crazy during the race, cheering for his favorite driver when he passed by, gasp when a crash happened, and at the end some car racing in distance to give that kind of confusion. But we still miss something. After looking at some footage in the past, studying a little bit what kind of vibes, what kind of things that actually gives you the idea to be on a paddock, be in the box, we realized we were missing the human factor of the speakers. So, fun story about the speakers. I impersonated this guy who helps you to know what happened around the track. And since we don't want to build a sophisticated system, we don't need that, we create this Simlish voice recorded with this really vintage microphone that I have as a Bayer Dynamic from the 70s or 80s, I don't remember exactly, and I talk in this microphone with this
and I'm back
kind of excitement and with the fake voice like mixing some Japanese, German, Italian,
just explaining that they
kind of
how they did
sounds.
the Simlish for the announcer.
And this is the results for the Saturday and for the Sunday.
Oh, that works
much
well,
more
yeah.
excitement.
Yeah.
And
Does sound
finally,
like
we
a
get
PA
the
is,
sound picture that
public
we
event.
was looking for a quali day and for a race day. And since we have a lot of fun with this little mic, we explore and record all the other sound that we need for the mechanics working on the car during the pit stops or other action and animation by recording this drill, some mechanics tools, some vintage calculator. The things that we always have in mind is try to capture the warmth and the smoothness of the sound that we are recording, passing through some vintage gear, use some plugin that emulate some vintage outboard tape to warm up everything, because the final goal was always try to give to the player a nice and smooth audio experience. Last but not least, the music. Slava, who already worked on the previous game of Fan Selector, like Art of Rally and Absolute Drift, perfectly nailed the tune of the game. He worked with some vintage modular synthesizer and the Yamaha GS80 to emulate the sound from the 70s of Vangelis, especially for the percussion parts and the lead bass part. This will immediately bring the player back in that era with a touch of modern sound that match perfectly. The best way to say goodbye to you is to leave you at the build-up of one of the songs that Slava made for Golden Lap and say thank you for watching. Bye.
I do get a Vangelis sort of vibe from that.
I'll take your word for it because I don't know music words.
Vangelis is the guy who did the one of the most famous pieces of music in the last 50 years. You'll have heard it so many fucking times. The Olympics theme.
Oh.
Because it was for a film called Chariots of Fire.
Oh yeah. My dad loved that film.
It's a decent movie. Yeah. He also did Blade Runner, and things like that. So, a lot of music.
Yeah, a lot of heavy synth then.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was really big on synth. If you ever watched the Carl Sagan documentary Cosmos, he did the music behind that as well.
Okay.
And if you haven't watched Cosmos, watch it because holy shit, it might be the best documentary of all time in my opinion. It's so good. It's so good. He's like Carl Sagan sounds a bit like, if I'm honest, sounds a little bit like Kermit the Frog, but very calmly explains the universe to you in a very optimistic way about the future. Like they brought it back with. For one season with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't think, given how Neil deGrasse Tyson acts on social media, that he should have been the one leading Cosmos. Like, he is still very optimistic in the show itself, but I don't know. Like, off Twitter, he's very... Oh, sorry, off TV, he's very... like a nitpicking asshole. He's like the cinema sins of physics, basically. Like, I'm actually in all sorts of TV shows and films about how physics doesn't work that way in real life, and it's like, it just gets great after a while. But yeah, the Carl Sagan version is absolutely fantastic.
So he's basically like Neil deGrasse Tyson is in public.
Yeah. I strongly recommend it. Like, it's on YouTube. You can watch the whole thing on YouTube. It is a really beautiful documentary.
Hi, I'm Arina Tara.
Right. Fair enough.
The singer, songwriter, and co-producer of the Reveal game soundtrack.
Veil.
And today I'll be
We're
singing
going straight back
an
to
acoustic
horror.
version of We Will Go. Enjoy!
But their music is so critical to horror. Uh-oh, Steam is down. Yeah, I noticed that while I was trying to search things. Steam is just dying now.
Well, this is the worst moment.
Treading water.
Oh, this is nice.
With eyes wide shut. Down the hill and up the well we will go. As I
So is this like reveal as in like the opposite of unveil?
I think it means dream.
Oh, it's an actual word.
Apparently it's a bugle call, so I was wrong.
Okay. That's a pretty high Steam and Google rating, though.
Yeah, very positive for 382 reviews on Steam. That's pretty good. Came out 6th of March this year.
One day after my birthday.
It is definitely not a me game. But I can see a lot of people getting enjoyment out of this. It's got kind of 7th Guest vibes to me.
Oh yeah. Investigating an abandoned circus.
Yeah. But full of little puzzles, so yeah, it definitely is giving me 7th Guest vibes. But I think something that I don't think any other game has ever done correctly since the 7th Guest about this sort of genre of horror puzzle game, you need the narrator to be really sarcastic about your failures every time you mess up. And I feel like they missed that. They missed that in all the sequels, because Stauf from the 7th Guest, an anagram of Faust, is constantly talking to you while you're doing the puzzles. And is like really delighting in it as well. The voice actor they had for Stauf was just like loving it. Like, not even in the right ballpark. It's not even game day and stuff like that. Whenever you get the wrong answer. Which is also where Soupçon comes from Icky's channel.
Oh yeah. So I remember them comparing. I think it's either Icky or Razolka comparing the because it had a remake, didn't it?
Yeah, Icky and Razolka and me. I was on that one. On the VR version. And they did have to remake the VR version from scratch because the original had basically FMV sort of semi-green screened in so that the people looked like they were in the 3D world. And they would then, do their bit of acted bit. But of course in VR that's not going to work. So they had to volumetrically film real people and put the volumetric film in there, which is just impressive. Where they had 3D cameras all around someone, like how they did the Matrix bits.
Oh
but
yeah, like with the cameras all around.
Yeah, but just so that they could put you in there with someone who'd been filmed and have it work in VR where you could be coming at it from any angle. It's wild, and it worked really well. I was impressed.
The sound
sound of Pacific Drive was designed to help the player feel like they're present in this otherworldly place that's alive and unpredictable, with an illusion of comfort.
Oh, this is the one where you have to keep your car maintained while you're driving.
Because they were such a huge part of setting the
sort of an eldritch horror
We had 4 main areas with many different zones,
not
each
heavy
with 3
eldritch
different
horror.
beds and settings for the
My
time of
understanding
day
is it's not
and weather.
particularly scary.
The
It's
garage
more
was the
just a
home
little
base and
unsettling.
comfort zone with parameters
Yeah.
to dim the outside world.
I think I first heard about it in a video that was about general sort of horror set in that general area.
Used for all the buildings.
Like just
And
like the
then the
American
forest
Midwest
was the
is
most
just
familiar and
sort of
safe.
kind of weird. And not like outright horror. It
The
can also be
swampy
like
area
I mean,
started to feel a
Life
little
is Strange
more
is set
weird,
there as
but
well.
still had a lot of familiar elements.
I've got a
like
little
frogs.
puzzle for everyone as it's our last one.
And then Rocky was the most dangerous and
I've
out
got
of
a
the
free
ordinary.
key for this game. It's going in Steam, not in Steam.
Each
in
of these zones
Twitch
had
chat in
a set of
second.
unnatural scatter sounds that often made the player
This time,
think there was
I've
something
written out
nearby.
the numbers. The letters are as they are, but the numbers have
And
been
then we
fully
had
written
an
out.
extremely
Good luck,
detailed
everyone.
set of weather-based ambiances.
Let's
Each
go
kind
first
of
up.
rain had its own bed depending on how heavy it was and whether it was inside a building, the car, or outside.
Kinda
We
want to
also
try and
had
pronounce
different
it now.
intensities of winds and scatter
Yeah, go
sounds
for it.
for all the different kinds of weather.
8
And then in general, the sheer
3,
amount of design
2
work that went into
freezes.
the anomalies, car upgrades, props, stations, and story moments also make the sound of this game unique. Every last detail has
So
custom
enjoy
coverage.
that.
To contribute
When they
to the
when they
feeling
sent
that
these
the
keys
zone
to me,
is
they were like,
alive,
"You can have
many
them
of
for
the
just for
elements have
yourself if you
layers
want."
from live
And I was
creatures or
deeply
people
tempted because
as
I
well.
own none of these games.
That jump on you.
So
they jump
you're
on the
welcome,
car.
everyone. I'm
I got
literally
COVID and,
choosing
like,
to
I
give
lost
you
my
these. It's
voice.
not a case
and when
where
my
I
voice
don't
was
have, I don't
returning,
have a
it
choice. I've
sounded
got to give them
really
away.
creepy. So I started with recording my voice, and this is how it sounded.
This is me sitting on like an emperor's throne.
You like that?
And
You like that aristocrat?
and that was basically
Yes,
the
be like that
main
aristocrat meme.
layer for these guys. So this is my
that's
voice with
creepy.
black hole, and then I also added a tremolo to make it
hug them.
move.
I mean, they want to hug you too. I think that's the problem.
Like that.
They're cute.
See, I
And
wouldn't have thought this was
then I
someone's
started
voice.
working
I would have thought this was
on the-
something done
like the feeling
on,
of what
like I think
the
they do it with a
body
violin,
felt
don't
like.
they? Sometimes screeching on it in movies.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But then
Wow,
that
you'd be
wasn't
surprised
enough,
what you can
because
do
I
with a
needed
voice.
something, like
Oh yeah,
more
true.
menacing, so I added this layer right here.
Like when I first started voice training, one of the first things I was taught to
And
do was
it's
just like a sort of like
vocal,
a.
like very dark.
I think Discord has decided not to allow that one through.
Probably for the
And
best.
those are the
It's just like a grudge. It's just like a grudge ghost sort of creaky sound.
Oh yeah.
It's just.
Oh,
two
you got it,
animals
Sarge. Well done,
and
Sarge.
Reverb.
I hope you enjoy
I
it.
used camels.
I think you will. It is very well reviewed. Like this is one of those that everyone was popping
And
off
they're
about
already
for a
like
while.
really
They were
creepy
yeah, you gotta
on
try
their
this.
own. So if you add black hole and the orb, once I had those,
Yeah,
I
very
added
positive with
horses.
11,000 reviews.
Very regular horse, your everyday horse. Add reverb and you play it back slower. It sounds. So then when you add the horse and the camel together with the orb and black hole, you have
That's cool.
Millie also recorded many non-human elements to add to her anomaly design. Outside of the zone, the design of the car had a lot of detail to help it feel like the real thing. Like that
Do you reckon
feeling
her
you
neighbours
get
ever
when you
just came
open a
outside
door
to see
and
her
step out of
standing
the
on
rain.
top of her car?
On the design side,
with a
this meant a lot of
microphone?
recording. From the engine of
Ever
the
wonder
studio
how that must
director
look?
Alex's wagon the game was based around, to the footsteps,
To be fair, it
doors,
looks like they live
horn, and buttons of my
pretty out of the
station
way, so.
True. That must be nice.
It's kind of cool that they're literally recording the sounds from the car.
The buttons were used for most of the UI sounds to build on the theme of the game.
Kind of reminds me of there's an anime called Gunsmith Cats, and basically, literally all the car sounds were recorded. Like they literally built a custom car to record the sounds for it.
We even added the sound of a seatbelt, even though there wasn't a visual for that, because
that's a lot of dedication.
Safety first.
And they also did the same thing with firearm sounds.
The implementation of the car
game,
is
which
also very important
it was either
to the
Chicago or
sound
New
of
York.
the overall game.
Apparently,
with
they
different
sort of
perspectives for the engine sound.
recreated, sort of mapped out the city well enough and animated it. This is sort of like a snapshot of how it was at the time.
And many parameters to account for which surface you're driving on.
Yeah,
and what
like
kind of
locals
tire
can
you're
recognize scaffolding that's been animated
every
and
wheel,
like.
Plays from this surface wheel installed container. And the first step is
the game that always
do we have a
impresses me
wheel
for
there at
sound
all?
design
Because you could be driving the car and be missing a wheel
dangerous.
entirely.
I think it's
so
not
if
a
you're
very good
missing
game,
a wheel, we've
but
got
it is
the
very well
tire missing
designed sound-wise. Like the
If you
sound
do
design
have the
team
wheel
deserve a load of
we have
awards.
all of these sounds that play.
I don't think
We've
the rest of the
got
game is very good.
The drift layer. We have just like
Because
the regular forward sounds, so just the core layer.
As you're just floating around in
spinning,
space,
so if
all
you're,
of the
say
stars
you're
that
pushed
you
up
can
against
see
a wall
are stars that
and
you can visit.
you have the gas down all the way.
Very Todd Howard.
And
You
you're
can
not
go to
actually
that
making any
star.
progress. And we figure out if we're spinning
But
stuck.
They all make a
based
noise.
On, we do a calculation.
And the noise
indication
that they make
based on
is
how
based
much
on
throttle
the
we have on
radio
versus how much speed. We have.
If you
So
used a radio
we have a window where
antenna,
it gradually ramps up.
like a deep
We've
space
just
radio
added an
antenna to
additional
listen
layer,
to
which
an
is,
astronomical
if
body.
you're
It has a
using
certain
type of
frequency,
tire that would
and
have
that frequency
poor
is in the
performance.
sound
We
each of
have
the
a
stars
different
makes, and that you
sound
can hear.
For if it's a regular, if it's flat, or if it's blown.
It's
A couple
really well
different
designed.
states
So
we
you
have
could,
normal and
if
flat,
you trained hard
and then
enough,
eventually we add
navigate
the
in
blown
Elite
out
Dangerous
layer
with your ears only.
Wheel is blown out while it's flat.
But does
yeah,
anyone
car tires
like
just
Elite
have
Dangerous that
a
much?
lot of different RTPCs.
Actually, there are some people who play it
We
a
have
lot.
the speed of the car. We
fair.
have the throttle
It
of the
has
car.
some bits that are very good.
We do
but-
some different stuff based on if
Yeah,
this is
I know the
front, one of the front
I know the
two
original
tires or one of the back
Elite
two
was
tires. There's some sounds that would decrease
groundbreaking,
in
and
volume
they used
if they're
procedural
the back
generation
tires.
to create quite a big
The wheels
universe.
installed or not, that will help us switch between some of those assets, the spinning amount.
Yeah, the new one has
we
that
also
problem where it's,
filter the
it's
sounds
very,
based
very,
on
very,
how
very, very
closed
wide,
the
but not
doors
very
are.
deep.
Because, for example, you could have a door completely off, or
So there's a lot of
hanging
things.
open if
So there's a lot of
something knocked it
content,
open.
but not much to do.
Yeah, there's just a whole bunch of tires.
There's like there's a
That's how
full
the
galaxy.
System is broken down into Ys.
And interestingly, they will literally issue
We also
patches
have
to
dynamic
update
perspective
parts of
shifts
the
for
galaxy
the radio,
when
depending
new
on
scientific
whether you're in
discoveries
the
have been
car
made.
or outside with the
So
doors
those are
open or
there.
closed.
For a long time, the radio just
Like,
sort of
they're constantly, I think,
was
updating
filtered
the
based on
position
how
of
many car doors were
Voyager
open.
probe.
But sort of right at the end, I would say
Basically,
where
that
it
should
should
be
like
in
based
the
on
correct
your
timeline, 'cause it's,
position
like,
relative to
200 years
which
in the
car
future or
doors
something.
are open. So
And,
you get the natural
yeah,
feeling of occlusion of like if you're right next to an
like
open
if,
door,
if
you're going to hear it pretty
new
clearly.
exoplanet is
But as you go
discovered
to the
somewhere
other
or
side
something
of the
like
car,
that,
it's gonna sound like
or
it's,
something that's been discovered before it's
filtered
been
out.
named or something
But
like that, they
doesn't
will issue a
apply to
patch
the
to update
reverb
the
sound
name
for
or
the
to
world.
put that thing
So
in.
if the door is open but you're in a reverberant space like one of the industrial sites, you'll still have like the full spectrum sound like pumping the reverb, so it sounds like it's coming out of the car and like filling up the space.
Overall, the world you're experiencing
credit
in
where
the
it's due,
game
that's
is
a good
reflected
use
in
of
the
a
sound.
live
Whether
service
it's
model.
the calm of the garage
yeah.
or the intensity
And it is
of
the
the
live
storm,
service model that lets you play
the zone is
offline,
alive,
single player as
dynamic,
well,
and
which is nice.
thoughtfully designed to have the sound transport the player into the world.
It doesn't care, like it doesn't think you're cheating or anything to do that, and it will sync your, I suppose, whatever's happened in your game with online when you come back online.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Over to Once Upon a Jester.
Oh yeah, this is the one that you said was very me coded. I like this, kind of old rocky.
Yeah. Travel the kingdom as Jester, with best friend Sock to improvise theatre shows and perform on stages far and wide. this came out on the 9th of November 2022 and has 136 very positive reviews. It just has, like, Night in the Wood vibes.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear that.
Also in the art style. Although it's not as... It's certainly a lot less involved than the Night in the Woods art style. Like, there's a lot more shading in Night in the Woods.
Yeah, Nice in the Woods this looks a lot brighter than Nice in the Woods.
Yeah. The next one is also recoded, but only from the title. Although, it might be pre-coded. It's a sort of... Well, it's more icky coded, I think.
Okay.
Classic Resident Evil sort of style. Which is sort of... It's sort of your style as well, but not as much as it is icky, I think.
Yeah, I do kind of have a fondness for Resident Evil, but it didn't really have a particularly as big an impact on my childhood as it could, just because I was really scared of zombies as a kid.
Understandable. I still am.
Like, this was literally, once while I was reading a issue of the official PS, must have been PS2 magazine, there was a shot of a zombie from the Resident Evil movie, and I literally had to fold over the page to keep reading, so I couldn't see the picture.
Yeah.
It was absolutely phobia level fear.
Understandable. They are fucking grim. I am admittedly not that bad, though I am that bad with spiders.
Yeah. I guess it's like to be fair, a zombie is something you're very much supposed to be scared of, but
the description of this game that's coming up, though, it does sound like it might be up your alley, actually. Funky, trashy, sexy, like Silent Hill by way of Persona and Paradise Killer.
Wait, is this Hollow Body? Because I've definitely heard of that.
No, it's Sorry We're Closed.
Okay, interesting.
Tight controls, some really nice combat systems, some really nice dialogue as well, like really well written, as reviewed by James Stephenson.
I mean, I think I literally said Sorry We're Closed, like, just about an hour ago, so...
But it is a nostalgic single-player survival horror game, so...
BRB, I'm just gonna make a sandwich.
Yeah, no worries. This is nice. I like this one. I don't know, it's uplifting, but also chill. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, that's clever. I like that. So is the name Kesto?
You could tell me this is a Might Be Giants song, I might believe you.
El Pesto control. That's cool.
Mijn laatste akkoordje pak ik net verkeerd.
Okay, this is Sorry We're Closed.
I am a vocalist and audio engineer.
I am mostly a vocalist. I have recently been foraying into the production side of things, but yeah, that's my role.
I'm Shadowbird. I've been producing for about, at least a decade. I'm the one making all the sounds. I'm the one making the beats.
We went on Twitter and started DMing game developers. Alamode was, showing off their designs for Sorry We're Closed, and that was one that we messaged. And they told us that they were big fans because we have a contribution in the No More Heroes 3 soundtrack as well. And they were saying they were huge fans. And so to have us come to
actually, I know what it reminds me of.
To work
sort
on
of
music for the game is something they were really excited about. And that
that's
made
the
us
punk vibe.
Excited because we was like, wow, like,
ultra
you
bright,
made this really cool game and you already know about us. And we started
like a neon.
That's just how it started, at least.
The right one.
It was the art. It was
like those really
just
bold colors, sharp lines.
It gravitated me towards them. Like, I felt this pull towards them. I have to get my hands in.
I think this game was pretty cool.
It was so many things and energies that were like drawing us into this game.
There was various inspirations from all over the place, but basically I just try to take various production styles. But I wanted to stay within the lane of basically what the game is like. Like, I wanted like moody, try to keep everything, mysterious. I was listening to Clams Casino. That's kind of the artist I was kind of leaning towards, because he has that.
Yeah, this does sort of remind me of Killer 7, but with much brighter colours.
The characters in the world itself of Sorry We're Closed. Like, I was putting myself in like that space in that world and thinking like, what like a person who's like making music about this world and these events, like what would they say? Like, we were making the vibe, and like, so I just needed to tap into the game, honestly. Like, that's me.
It is a listening experience. It is our hearts and our souls on a track.
It resonated with like a lot of things that I've dealt with, like thematically, conceptually, and the words that you heard. It's like it's game lyrics, but it's also our lyrics too. Like what we've gone through and how we're able to tell it through the game.
So we kind of have like a back and forth process, which is kind of funny given the lyrics back and forth. I'll write a certain percentage of the song, like for my verse, and then I'll throw it back to him, and then he'll write his part, and then we'll just kind of like bounce off each other until the song is finished.
One of the songs that you hear from us actually has like 3 different versions. Depending on the path you take playing the game, you'll hear like different lyrics. Everyone's gonna have a unique experience because like some of them like have different lyrics, but it's the same song. At least, from the reception of the trailer, that I feel like we did a pretty good job, but like production wise and with the lyricism to make that happen.
Some of the most challenging music I've ever written for. If you're making a song for a specific character, you can focus on certain aspects of that character, but when you're the boss, you have to look at it from a certain perspective. You have to think about everything that boss entails. You have to think about what's going to happen if they succeed or if they fail, and incorporating that kind of stuff into their music. The answer is just going to be yes, and we'll just leave it at that, stone cold.
We made sure that it was a core part of the experience and not just music in the background. I can't wait to brag about it when y'all hear it.
That looks really cool. Dog. It's a Nick-like.
Ooh.
Oh, this is being published by Don't Know.
Hello everyone, thank you for joining us.
Hello.
I'm Ben Lega, I'm the founder and creative director on the project, and today I'm
Reginald, the musician, the composer of the project.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. And so we are part of Studio Tolima. We are a young studio based in Brussels, Belgium, and we are working on our first debut project, which is called Cora. Cora is a poetic narrative adventure game where you wake up in a snowy forest and you meet a little puppy that got trapped in the snow. You save him, and together you set out on an incredible journey. You save other woodland creatures, you overcome obstacles, you play games together. But there are some hunters in the forest who are trying to kidnap your dog as they are trying to progress towards the house. So today we wanted to deep dive a bit more into the musical aspect of the game together with Reggie, and to look at how we approach the music and the sound effects in the game.
Exactly.
Music was very key from the start of the project, because when we started the project in the prototype phase, we were already the two of us together, starting with the music to kind of use it to prototype. And it was very key in the sense that it's a game where the narration is made without any word of text. So it's important that the music can really be there to underline the emotion, to convey what we are trying to show with the imagery and the gameplay that the player are doing. So maybe you can tell us a bit more about the start of the project, how this first composition came to be, how you got inspired from them, and how they kind of evolved as we moved on the project and we started to have the game kind of shaping and finding this unique mood initially.
First,
it's a lovely art style.
This game is a story of Ben and me, because it's like a synchronicity. If you know Carl Gustav Jung, it's impressive how we meet in the night in Brussels and we begin this story like that. I was searching about someone to help me to make a video game. He was in the same point of view, and we meet. It's crazy how we meet in the night, and yeah, he's telling me, okay, I'm searching for someone. Telling me, oh yeah, me too. And he asked me to let him listen my music, and he loved it. And it's beginning like that. And after that, we have some brainstorming about the idea of Ben, who came in when he listened my music, and I give him a lot more music to let him be more inspired, and we talk about the game is born like that.
Yeah. So I think it was really like the thing that matched initially is that the vibe of the game really fitted with the music you were already developing and that you were making for a long time, and that were more orchestral, melancholic, this kind of nostalgic vibe. And I think it's something that initially clicked between the two of us. It's kind of same mood that we like to kind of go inside, and you had it naturally with your music and with the story and the art style is what I wanted to do. So directly when we put the two together, a story was being told then.
And I have also in mind all the time Paris, Jan Tiersen. So it's my first inspiration for the game. It's like to have minimalist music, like waltz, like accordion, waltz, and trying to all the time create some kind of vibes.
5 or 10 minutes while I do my Duolingo exercises.
Accordion and to be in Paris, to have some melancholy. All the time the music, it's like joyful, but all the time with some touch of melancholy behind. And the most difficult things for me in this game is to stay
not make
simple.
Me feel sad about this dog.
Stay simple all the time.
Happy vibes only with the dog.
Hey, no, it's too much. Try to don't put the level to 8. And what? I learned a lot about the simplicity. It's very difficult. We call that simplexity. That's an interesting word. It's to stay simple, but it's a lot of work to be simple.
Yeah, because indeed, like the game, it's really the core of it. It's really minimal. Like we said, there's no text in the game, but also we want to have as less UI as possible to make it that it's very, very immersive and very natural how you would interact with the world. So you have this one button to talk as the main character and to interact, and we want that it kind of is reflected everywhere. Like the art style is very epurated, very simple, and so the music also.
We have two big music we want to reach in the game, so all the other music must be fit to this one.
Yeah, because like the music is often key for these big important moments. Yeah. But so we try to not have the music like playing all the time through the game and also really keep it at this very key moment for the story.
And the silence also is important point in the game.
You can also tell something with where you don't play the music.
Yeah, exactly. Everything is very organical, and for the music and the SFX, everything was like painting, and it's why we talk about musical painting, because
in this final phase, that's what you do a lot, right? This musical painting, which is basically to like record the game. Now that everything is in place, the cutscene, the gameplay, the level design, and then to basically compose on top of it.
Exactly.
Plays the music, plays the sound effects.
Everything's like painting. We have the real SFX system indeed. So when the situation is becoming very serious, like in the real life, all the sound effects are becoming real. We stop to play with the world. Everything is sounding normally. Like when you touch an apple, it's falling normally. When you jump from the cliff, you have the sound of the floor,
or like the birds flying away. It becomes
the
normal
birds flying
sound.
away, and you have no totally normal sound. Everything is becoming like it's interesting because everything looks like more dramatic like that and serious. Suddenly, the world is becoming it's losing its magic.
Yeah, because the relationship with Doug is really like at the center of the game. So it's all about this bond and how it evolves in the game. And so because we don't have text in the narration, we use like animation to convey this relationship, but also art and music. And for example, with the art, we will put more light, more color in the environment. And when they are separated, it's darker, it's more cold and grayscale. And with the music, we do the same, right? Where if suddenly the dog is there, it's more joyful, there's a lot of music, of sound effects, everything is very orchestral. And when you are without him, everything is more cold and scary and dangerous, and this is where like the real sound effects come back. And I think it's interesting because then in the sound design we have the same kind of duality that we have kind of in the global atmosphere of the game, where it's both very cute and wholesome and about playing and the friendship with your dog, and at the same time you have all these moments that are darker about the hunters chasing you and the struggles of the characters against the forest. And so it's kind of reflected in the sound, right, where we both have these things that are very musical and very playful, and can just touch things and it makes sounds, and the moments that are more solemn, where basically everything starts to be more branch cracking, footsteps in the snow, just the cold sound of a distant gunshot or birds flying away. So it all contrasts nicely, and I think contributes to give the global mood of the game, like to make it feel as a whole, where it's not just one duality or the other, but it's really the two together that create kind of the unique mood that we want to have in the game. And so for example, for the characters, so there are all these different voices, the boars, the dog, the main characters, the hunters, the birds. Hunter. How do you choose the voice for each character, and what are the voice for each character?
Yeah, but like for example, for the hunter, I choose the brass sound because it's like more aggressive, more bass. And Neige, it looks like it's using the flute, so it's more high, it's more the yin side of the world, and the hunter are like the yang side of the world, so they are more deep in the world, they are more heavy, and Neige is more light. And also for the boar, that was obvious that the staccato brass was perfect for them. So it was the good one. For the dog, I think we start with harmonica the first time. A lot of people are thinking it's harmonica, but it's an accordion. And I think we start with harmonica, or Neige was starting with harmonica.
And so thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope it got you interested in seeing the rest of the game. Obviously, there's a lot of very cool elements of music that we couldn't show because they are later in the game, but we hope it inspired you to try out the game. So feel free to wishlist it on Steam. And so you will be notified when it comes out in April of 2025. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, and I hope you're gonna enjoy my love and passion.
That was quite nice.
Oh, hello there. It looks like someone's about to play a few tunes. Please, don't mind me. I'm just here to enjoy the music, and maybe pop in now and then. Oh, and don't be surprised if a few people from the miniature world decide to crash the concert. They're curious about the event.
Art, a miniature realm. Oh, the art style looks incredible. Oh, and there's a demo.
Vibes.
So sort of a semi-educational puzzle game, story-rich, sort of going into the mythology of Eastern areas. Which sounds pretty cool.
Well, wasn't that something? But don't be fooled, this was just a glimpse. I'm not just here for the music. My job. Saving entire worlds made of ink? No pressure, right? Oh, the instrument you're hearing in this performance is the Santur, an ancient Mesopotamian instrument, even mentioned in the Torah. Fascinating, right? It was once banned by the Shah of Iran for 500 years because its sound resembled a woman's voice, but it made its way into the Ottoman Empire. And now, well, we're still making magic with it. Now, the music you just heard isn't just music, it's part of this world. This guy carefully studied traditional modes like Nihavant, Rast, and Hijaz to capture the true essence of the time. It's perfect for a journey through lost myths, unique puzzles, forgotten folk tales, and surprising historical events. Ready to dive in and help me bring it all back to life? Come on, it'll be fun.
Faster than they were expecting, maybe.
Makes sense. Oh yeah, it's just the same sort of sequence they did at the end of yesterday's, so...
Yeah. Yep. So there we go.
Yes, that's it.
That's us done.
Oh. Well then.
It's been a real nice 12 hours. Thank you for joining me, Brie.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Put a shout out in here for anyone who wants to follow Bisected Brioche. There we go. A very good streamer. I don't know why I said that like Emperor fucking Palpatine, but there we go. A very good streamer. Witness the full power of the dark side.
The streamer will take care of you.
Alright, I'm going to stop there. Good night, everyone. Thank you for watching. Come back on Thursday for Dartown, the new DLC, the Roger route. It will be unhinged. It will be completely unhinged. That's going to be me. It's going to be Bree, who's right in your ears right now, and it'll also be Goggles, who was in your ears yesterday. It's true. Yeah, she's right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, right now, etc. Anyway.
Yep.
Good night.